You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Thursday night, August 17th, 2023 at around 11 p.m. I apologize for the short notice of this stream. One of the challenges of this channel is balancing planning ahead, scheduling games ahead where people have advance notice to join versus the psychological difficulty with scheduling something far ahead and then not being sure if I'm in the mood to stream or not. Anna has asked in the channel, is there a chance we're going to play The Commandeered Corpse tomorrow or the day after? This is the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan-made case. It's actually printed out behind me here. The problem that I have when doing these unscheduled streams is that I've sort of adopted the approach that if we're going to play a game that certain people in the channel, certain regulars, would really like to join for, like a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan case or a brand new series, I feel like for those, I'd really like to give some advanced notice. So whenever we do a last-minute live stream, as we've done tonight with only an hour or two notice, I feel like we should play the games that we've already seen and experienced and people don't mind missing. So for The Commandeered Corpse especially, I need to give a few days notice before we play that. I'd like to reach out to the authors as well, just to let them know, make sure there's no issues we should be aware of. So we're not going to be playing The Commandeered Corpse without a couple days notice, but it's possible that I'll schedule that for Friday or for Saturday or Sunday. We'll see. Okay, a little bit of bookkeeping. We've just finished our playthrough of the Suspects box, and then before that, Night Hunter. Sometime this weekend, my reviews of those two games should go up, very short reviews, as well as my post-Gen Con top 5 or 6 party co-op games, which those two will be on it. Suspects just trailing alongside it. But I'll also discuss Sky Team and Forbidden Jungle. There's a review, a playthrough, and long discussion of Forbidden Jungle already on the channel. I think Greg and I will be reviewing Sky Team soon. A couple other party games that you guys haven't seen on the channel I'll be talking about in my post-Gen Con wrap-up. The other thing to mention is that on Greg's movie channel, Greg has posted a top 10 mystery movies that Greg and I recorded, and you might find some movies on that list that may be of interest to you, a little crossover interest for this channel, so go check that out. My mother has already let me know she's watching one of those movies. Lastly, we will be playing Dear Holmes on Sunday afternoon as normal. I do have the new letter already, so that's locked in. I'm tempted to play another game on Sunday. The box behind me that says True Crime Stories, I thought was going to be a card-based game, a little bit like Suspects or one of those others. It turns out it's actually a box with 3 cold case games in it. This is another game that came out of nowhere. They're sort of... It seems like they're billed as postal crimes, but they're listed as 3 cases. One is easy, one is medium, one is hard. So I suspect the easy one is not really going to be enjoyable in the normal sense for us. But there's an envelope that says only open it after you've played the first case, so I don't think we could just jump in and play the harder case. So I'm thinking maybe we'll play one of those on Sunday just as a kind of perfunctory playthrough, not expecting to get too much out of it, but maybe we'll play on Sunday and get a different crowd, and I'll defer to the audience for some of that. And I also got a couple of new cold case games ordered from a foreign company. I can't remember now, a Nordic country called You Are the Detective, or Detective for a Day, which is a game series that I learned about on the Facebook group Puzzle People, which I would recommend. And so we should schedule that to play. I have no idea what to expect by way of difficulty level or anything like that. We've got a ton of new games to get through. You might then ask, why are we playing a Deadbolt Mystery Society game, which I have dozens and dozens of? Well, the reason for that is that I've recently become a subscriber, a monthly subscriber to them, because they had a big sale. It's like 50% off, and I think the prices are a little high for me without the big sale. So my strategy for these are to play these sort of soon after they come in. That way, if someone else is subscribing, they could play it first and then watch our playthrough soon after, or get out their box and play along with us. So I think it's good for us to play this sooner rather than later. We'll try to play these the month they come in, unless there's some objection from Deadbolt Mystery Society that they don't like that for some reason, in which case we'll change. All right. Looks like we've got 10 people in the channel. If you do like these kinds of videos and want to see more, I hope you'll give this video a thumbs up. You can wait till after it's over, though, to decide. All right, let's check in with the chat. There's also the Murder by Mail comic. That's right. That is actually behind me somewhere. There it is. You see it. It's a kind of comic book cold case game told in comic book form. I have my doubts about whether that can really work, or whether it's too skimpy a collection of evidence, but we'll see. All right, shall we open this box up and get started here? All right, Palehorse Lake. This is the August game. August 2023. So these actually came not in the box. Normally I buy these boxes when they're old. If you're a subscriber, you get this little thing, this little sheet. It looks like it's just busy, extra puzzles for busy. But then there's this that you don't get if you buy these games after they've gone live. This basically says after you finish the game, you can enter to win a prize. And you can see it's only valid for about a month. All right, but that's not important for us. Our little sticker, remember their collectible card system. I tend not to read these because sometimes they can give away a little bit of the story. We've got a compass. Does this give you any information about... First of all, it's not properly working, is it? I feel like it should be working, but it's not quite working. Maybe, so it's an open-ended question about, well, it's kind of working, but that little red guy is willing to drift around. So one option is that you're supposed to, a clue in this game is someone has a broken compass. Another option is that it's supposed to work. Is this what we found is our true north? I feel like that's about right. All right. So the rules. The Spamonite says they've played the Murder by Mail comic. Really? What did you think of it? It's too hard to... I should remember. You can't really ask questions back and forth on YouTube. The delay is too great. You'll just tell me what you think of it. Okay, You know the rules for Deadbolt Mystery Society games. You can only play this game once, so if you plan to play it yourself, you should stop watching once we get started. It feels like they've moved a little bit more in recent years to doing things that involve some destruction of components. Normally when we play these Deadbolt games, we try not to mark them up so that they can be passed along, but we'll decide that on a case-by-case basis. It's going to remind us here we should solve everything before getting to the end, before trying to solve the last question. There's a hint system online. There's QR codes. Don't be afraid to use the hints. Stop by their Facebook group if you get stuck. We've yet to have to use the hints in any of the dozen or so games we've played, but that's because we've got a big, good group here. Although today I'm not sure we have our normal regulars. Okay, so we've been going through these boxes in order. I guess that's what we'll continue to do. Let's read our beginning brief and see what this case is all about. You are Theo Robinson, a college student on summer vacation. Palehorse Lake, the name evokes a certain response from the locals who know the story behind it. In 1883, during a fit of drunken insanity, Jacob Marigold took a hatchet from his woodshed and murdered all 5 members of his family. According to the stories, Jacob's white horse got loose during the massacre and trampled through pools of the family's spilled blood. Legend has it that wherever the horse walked, spreading scarlet carnage, death followed close behind, marring the land for good. In the years since, Palehorse Lake and its surroundings have been the site of a cholera outbreak, numerous drownings, and several suicides. In other words, it's the perfect site for a 2-week camping trip with Mike and his other friends. For a group of thrill-seeking college students, where else would you go except Palehorse Lake? It's a place you've heard about all your life. Now you get to see it up close and personal. The only real rule for the trip is to leave all cell phones behind, since unplugging is part of the experience. Seems like a small price to pay for the trip of a lifetime that will not only test your mettle, but give you bragging rights once you return to civilization. After arriving on the banks of Palehorse Lake and unloading your backpack, survival guide, and other gear, your friend Mike introduces you to the others in the group. Andy, 7, you say it like 7, but with a French accent, Seven, Brandon, Amanda, and Kelly. Everyone seems nice enough, but who knows what you'll think of each of them after 2 weeks in the wilderness. Your final destination is to set up camp as a small peninsula that juts out into the center of Palehorse Lake. Technically, it's possible to hike to the center of the peninsula. However, it requires circuitous journey that would require you to hike for 2 days around the entire lake, given that the peninsula's north side is flanked by a cliff face which is part of a mountain range. Fortunately, someone has left 3 canoes behind. No one in your group has been looking forward to the 2-day hike, and everyone sees the canoes as a gift horse that shouldn't be looked in the mouth. Thinking it will be okay to borrow the canoes as long as you return them when you're done, everyone in the group eagerly loads their belongings into the small boats and heads out across the water. The surface of the lake is like glass, and you can't help admiring the beauty of it all. Even the sound of a loon in the distance, while normally something that would set your nerves on edge, has a certain calming nature to it. The trip across the water is uneventful, and within half an hour, you're on the banks of the peninsula, where you will make camp for the next 2 weeks. Everyone begins to unpack their gear immediately. Being the newest member of the group and having the least experience camping, you decide to see what aid you can lend the others. Start by talking with Andy. All right, so already, though, we have to say this is framing it quite different than the normal cases. More often than not, our cases playing Deadbolt Mystery Society has put us as one of the detective agencies. I can't even remember what the name of it is. It starts with a W, Wilson or something. So very often we're playing as a PI that's hired as part of this agency to work on a case. Here we're just told that we are this random kid who's joined this camping trip. So very different framing than most of these games we play. So it says begin by talking to Andy, but that's not what's next in the box. But I'm going to follow the rules here and see if we can find how to talk to Andy as our first thing, even though it's not ordered first. Huh. Unusual is envelope 1, do not open. So we've got an envelope that says don't open till instructed. Another envelope that says don't open till instructed. A solution envelope. So we obviously don't open that. So I'm going to put those in the box. Then we've got survival tips, map. Okay, so we've got people. This was the next thing in the box, but we're going to start by talking to our fellow campers and start by talking to Andy. And we'll go from there. All right, let's see what Andy has to say. It's mine and Kelly's turn to set up the camp. Since we'll be here for a few days, we need to set it up correctly. I'll start unloading the necessary gear. I already found a good spot and marked out a small portion of the peninsula to look at. Now we just need to figure out where to put the campfire and everyone's tents. If you could scout the area and find us the best spot, that would be great. Use these markers. It says use these markers to indicate where things will go. That survival guide you got should have the basics about setting up a campsite. So give it a look before you start putting the markers down, and talk with Kelly about where to put the tent markers. Some people have different preferences, but honestly, I don't pay attention to that stuff. You can put my tent wherever. So this is a very odd beginning of a case. It's almost like a little logic puzzle where we're trying to decide how to set up camp. So we're given this map. Okay, so here's Kelly's tent, I guess. We're told each cell is 10 foot. So we're given this map, and he wants us to be in charge of indicate where things will go. Okay, let's see what we got here. So I guess I should use this close. All right, so these look like where we put the tents and where we put fire. I see, it's a little arrow down pointer. Okay, so let's just punch these out. All right, so it sounds like our first assignment is to sort of figure out where we want everything in our camp, which is, doesn't really feel like it's a mystery, but I guess it's a task. This case feels unusual compared to the others. All right, these aren't really punching out too well, but all right, so it sounds like our first task is to put everything where it belongs. So a little bit of constraint satisfaction here. All right, talk with Kelly. He says he doesn't care where his tent is. Some people have different preferences. I don't pay attention to that stuff. You can put my tent wherever. It says talk to Kelly about where to put the tent markers. All right, and then he says also, don't forget, read the survival guide, which is going to give us some information about where things should go. All right, so let's start with the survival guide, then we'll talk to Kelly Beckett. All right, where's our survival guide? Survival Tips by Wolf Wild. Okay. Campsite. Choosing a campsite. When you're picking a campsite, be sure to place your campfire at least 20 feet or more from the nearest trees. Okay, there's our first rule. When setting up your tent, make sure there's a 10-foot gap between your tent and the fire. At this distance, you're close enough to enjoy the light, but not close enough to accidentally set your tent on fire. All right, 2 constraints. Next. Common trees. Oak is high heat and long lasting. Great wood to add after the fire is established. It can be heavy and needs to be dried out before use. There's a Douglas fir. Lightweight, burns with high heat. Common wood, but the branches tend to be on the smaller side. If you're using deadfall wood only, it can be harder to find enough. Pine burns fast and can produce a lot of smoke and sparks. Not the best for building lasting fires or fires for cooking, but dry pine needles and pine cones make for excellent tinder to start your fire, I guess. Maple, high heat and long lasting, but can produce a lot of smoke. All right. Dangers. While camping, be sure to watch out for these common dangers: poison ivy, snake, bears, wolves, and dehydration. All right, let's take another look at our map here. So what have we got? We've got some poison ivy here. So maybe we won't want to be gathering wood from these trees if we can help it. Poison ivy in different places. We've got rocks, different trees. Looks like we've got a lot of pine trees. That's a Douglas fir. There we have oak. Don't see any maple trees. And single-sided, yes. Okay. Kelly's already set out her tent. All right, let's read what Kelly says, since she might be particular about things. Are you helping with the camp setup? Great. Could you look over the area Andy picked out and help me figure out where everyone's tents should go? I already put my tent marker down. Talk to the others and see if they have any preferences. I know Andy says he doesn't care where his tent goes, but he's highly allergic to poison ivy. If you see any around his tent if you see any around, put his tent as far away as possible. After you figure out where the others want their tents, you can put your tent wherever is still available. Don't worry, if you end up next to me, I'll keep you safe from any wild animals. List the locations of the campfire and the tents belonging to Amanda, Brandon, Seven, Andy, Mike, and you. Okay, so we have these puzzles don't have to always be solved in order, but one of our puzzles is to place all the tents. And she doesn't care about fire location yet. Okay, so we read our constraints from the survival guide. She's put her tent, but she said we should talk to everyone else to figure out where they want their stuff. All right, so let's make ourselves a little area here. All right, so we've got 4 other people we're with. We've got Kelly, Andy. Andy says he doesn't care. Does he say anything about any positions of fire or anything? He says, we need to figure out where to put the campfire in everyone's tent, scout the area, put the markers out. Fine. And she's already put hers. She doesn't have any... she does have a constraint. She says, Andy says he doesn't care, but he should be away from the poison ivy. Okay. Let me just put everyone's thing on their thing. Kelly, we don't have to mark. She's already out. Okay. Let's see what Mike says. Feel that breeze, man. Nice and cool. With the mountain to the north, you can pretty much count on a steady breeze coming in this time of year. Thankfully, that means the heat won't be unbearable. I don't really care where my tent is, so long as it isn't in the water. I would say you can put my tent wherever, but I know the others always complain about my snoring. Seven always asks if I'm running a chainsaw in my tent at night. Based on that, it might be best to put my tent a bit further away from the others. I'd say at least 20 feet from the other tents. Oh, and could you find out what time we're eating and what's for dinner? Okay, so separate puzzle, what we're eating, what's for dinner. He wants to be put 20 foot away from everyone else. All right. Get these out here. Put them in order that we talk to them, I guess. We talk to Andy, then we talk to Kelly, then we talk to Mike. Okay. So far, this sounds like a happy little camp puzzle. No murders yet. All right, let's talk to Amanda. Amanda says, did you see where Brandon went? Seriously, wherever we are, whenever we are on trips like this, it's like he forgets I exist. We might not technically be dating, but that could change if he played his cards right. We're in this super romantic location, but all he can think about is exploring an adventure. He's probably climbing a tree or looking for bugs or something. He's so fascinated with the outdoors. He even pointed out that the peninsula we're camping on is shaped like a horse's head. Based on the legends about this place, how crazy is that? Once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. Anyway, I need to go find him. You're helping with the camp setup, right? Great. Put my tent next to Brandon's, and could you make sure not to put anyone's tent near us? Oh, she's really angling for a little interlude. All right, who does she want to, who is she happy with? She wants Brandon, who loves the outdoors. Okay, she says just put us next to each other and don't put anyone's tent near us. Okay, that's Amanda. Okay, let's see what, hopefully Brandon doesn't want to be far away from her. Yeah, man, what do you need? Where do I want my tent? Well, I prefer my tent to be on the far west side of the camp. That way my tent opening will face the sun rising in the east. How are you liking the trip so far? It's a pretty sweet spot, right? Yeah, we got a mountain to the north with a lake covering the other directions. And it's all in the middle of a forest, away from civilization. Makes you feel like we're in a Tolkien story, right? If you will excuse me, I'm gonna go check out that cliff face. It looks perfect for rock climbing. Seems like a great chance to use all this gear I brought. I'll catch you later. He wants to be on the far west side of the camp. That way his tent will face the sun rising in the east. He said we got a mountain to the north with a lake covering the other directions. Okay, so let me just remind you, here's our mountain to the north. So here's our north, south, west, east. Okay, and he wants to be on the far west side of the camp. It's a little painful that north is this diagonal. Makes life a little more tricky for us. And there's a mountain and everything else is surrounded by water. So you can see some of the water here, and I guess the water would continue around everywhere except for the mountain. And someone also tells us that there's winds coming from the mountain. I'm going to keep this like this for now, but let's remember this is north. Oh, maybe we keep it like this. All right, last we have Zevin Zimmerman. He says, hey, newbie, if you really like that exploring, you should check out the big oak tree. It's the only oak tree around. There is even a message that is carved into the bark, probably left by a previous camper. Sometimes other campers and hikers will leave things like that for others to find. Once I found a note while hiking in the Rockies that gave directions to a sweet hidden waterfall. But I'm getting off track. You wanted to know where I wanted my tent. All I ask is you put mine and Kelly's tents on opposite sides of the camp. Don't worry about why, just do it. Now I'm off to get some wood for the fire. Maybe I'll show you how to swing an axe later, if you think you can manage to avoid chopping off your own leg. Ha! Okay, so he says there is an oak tree. It's the only oak tree around. Didn't we find that oak tree? No. Yes, there is the only oak tree right there. What about it? He says it's something's carved on it. Where does he want his tent? He wants it opposite Kelly's. Don't worry about why, okay? And then the Theo, that's us. We put ours last, and we don't know where we want the fire. Okay, so I believe that's it. We do have one thing, though, one other puzzle. It's a puzzle. Where does the message? This is going to be the message on the oak. It feels like we could look at this and solve this first, but it feels like this is a puzzle we can wait on. So it feels like our first puzzle is just to put everyone out where they belong. All right, well, this gives you a idea of what the puzzles are in the beginning. If you think you might want to play this and not spoil it by watching, you can turn away. Otherwise, we'll just start walking through this. Okay, Andy, I guess I'm gonna have to turn these over here. I wonder if it's better to put them up or down. Okay, Andy says, I have no preference, but Kelly says, who's already put her thing, she says Andy's allergic to poison ivy, so don't put him as far away as possible. And then she says, when you're done with everyone else, put yours, and if you're near me, I'll keep you safe. Okay, that's fine. So I guess if you wanted to start Andy off, here's poison ivy. So we'd be better off to put him farthest away, might be someplace like here. We'll just put him there for now. Okay, Kelly's already got hers. This next person, Mike, says, feel the breeze, nice and cool with the mountain to the north. You can pretty much count on a steady breeze coming in this time of year. Don't really care. Does that mean the breeze is coming from the north? The mountain in the north, you can pretty much count a steady breeze coming in this time of year. He says, I don't care where my tent is, so long as it isn't in the water. Okay, so I guess he doesn't want his tent around there. We weren't going to put it there anyway. He says, I would say you can put my tent anywhere, but the others complain about my snoring. Based on that, it might be best to put my tent further away from the others. I would say at least 20 feet from the other tent. All right, so for example, we don't want to put him around anywhere around Kelly. He wants to be the farthest from everyone. I'm just going to stick him down here for now. That puts him as far away from our current set of people as we could. Now, Amanda and Brandon are interesting. So she wants hers right next to Brandon. So those two are going to be right next to each other. What else does she say? He likes the outdoors. He even pointed out the peninsula is shaped like a horse's head. I can't really see that from here. I need to go. You're helping with the camp. Put my tent next to Brandon's, and could you make sure to not put anyone's tent near us? Okay. I don't know if should we be putting people out here or inside? We don't really know enough to know that. But I guess if we put them the farthest away, for now, we could put them there. Let's keep going. We're obviously going to have to move these around once we see more constraints, but let's just go. Oh, what are our other survival tips? Put your campfire 20 feet from the nearest trees. So campfire could go here, but you would think it would have to be in the center. So you almost might say, okay, we're going to put our campfire in the center. And make sure there's a 10-foot gap between your tent and the fire. Okay, so that's plenty. And then maybe we want to put our campsite near trees, although there's no strict requirement. Okay, so this guy, Brandon, who we're putting next to Amanda, wants his tent on the west side of the camp. Okay, north, southwest. So actually, he wants to be over here. He wants to be on the west side. But does he want to be over there behind the trees? Okay. And then Mike Why did we put him here? He wants to be away from everyone else. Okay, so I'm going to put Mike over here, since Brandon wants to be on the west side of the camp. North, south, west, east. Okay, so we've put Brandon far west. And can he see the... He wants to see the sunrise, so maybe he wants to be here. Like if he was here, he couldn't see the sunrise because of this tree, so maybe he wants to be there. All right. It's weird. It doesn't feel like we're going to have unique positions here, just basic positions. Okay. He says, I prefer to be on the far west side, so he faces the sun rising in the east. Okay, so there he's got a perfect view of the sun from the east, does Brandon. 7 says, he found a note while hiking in the Rockies, hidden waterfall. You wanted to know where I wanted my tent. All I ask is you put mine and Kelly's tents on opposite sides so I can. So there's Kelly. So I'm guessing he wants his here. The one thing I'm not sure about is, like, does he want his here or does he want his here? Like, are we supposed to use this entire space to put him in the corner? And then in that case, do we want it like this? Like, are they really supposed to be far in corner, or do they not want to be close? Okay, so now that we put 7 on the opposite side of the camp as Kelly, let's go back and see what Andy wanted. Andy just wants to be away from poison ivy. So we could put him here if we want. Do we want to spread everyone out? Is that the idea? I mean, that's us pretty far away from the poison ivy, right? So, but Mike is the snorer, right? Mike says, where's Mike? Mike says, I would say at least 20 feet from the other tents. Well, that's plenty distance. And then where would we put, why would we could put the fire anywhere. And then Theo, that's us. We could be anywhere. I mean, I guess if we just spread us out, that would be a reasonable place. So with this, how strange that it's so, that there's so many options. This is just the general spread. And the fire could be anywhere within some distance of trees. So like that would put us 20 feet. It has to be 20 feet away from a tree, 20 feet away from a tree, 20 feet away from a tree, 20 feet away from a tree. So that's actually a pretty good place for that. Although you could put it, I guess it should be in the center. I just don't know if we should be putting people so far away from each other. Is that what they want? But then the game seems to suggest that we would have exact answers. Okay, so there must be something we're missing. Why list the locations of campfire and the tents belonging to the people? So this has to be a explicit answer. So I'm missing something huge here. I must be putting the people much too far away. Why do we think? Let's see how close to the campfire. At least 20 feet or more from the nearest thing. Make sure there's a 10-foot gap between your tent and the fire. You're close enough to enjoy the light. Okay, so it sounds like everyone has to be near the fire. So maybe we have to bring everyone in so that they're 10 feet from the fire. And then where would we be? Right here. But the guy who snores should be 20 feet. So he wants to be 10 feet away from the fire, but 20 feet away from everyone else. And we're allowed to be, Kelly is allowed to be near us. So 2020. All right, so yes, that was our problem. We were spreading everyone away, but the survival tip says we all have to be 10-foot gap. Make sure there is not at least a 10-foot, there is a 10-foot gap. All right, so everyone has to be within 10 of the fire. So that makes life. Do you think that's a 10-foot gap, or is that a 10-foot gap? Seems like this would be a 10-foot gap, wouldn't it? How should we read that? I guess Kelly needs to be near the fire. Is this a 10-foot gap between Kelly and the fire? Or is this a 10-foot gap between Kelly and the fire? All of my stuff is out the window now. All right, this would be Mike, 20-foot distance, but still 10 from the fire. That's Theo next to that. Andy is far away from... And then 7 is the one that wants what? But mine and Kelly's tents on opposite sides. Okay, so he wants to be there. So Kelly and Kevin are on opposite sides. Amanda and Brandon are next to each other. Andy wants to be far away. All right, so it can't be that they have to be right around the fire, because this guy needs 20 feet, and that would be too many people. So I guess the 10-foot thing must mean... Now you're too close to the trees. Now the fire is too close to the trees. Is that what you're saying? Campfire at least 20 feet or more from trees. So, well, she's got to be there. All right, so as I read this, Mike has to be 20 feet from everyone else. That puts him here if you read this as 20-foot distance. But that doesn't really work, right? Because then we fill up everything. So I'm thinking now that the 10-foot distance, 10-foot gap, is that what it says? Make sure there's a 10-foot gap. So I think the 10-foot gap for fire must look like this. Right? Okay, so I think this is what it must mean by 10-foot gap. That there's a 10-foot gap. All right, so given that then, between the fire, so there's Amanda with a 10-foot gap between the fire. And there's Brandon with a 10-foot gap between the fire. And then there's Mike with a 10-foot gap between the fire. And he needs to be 20 feet away from everyone else. There's 7 on the opposite side of the camp as Kelly. Andy needs to be fire 20 feet from trees, so that's consistent. But so would that be? What do we Andy wants to be away from the poison ivy. That's fine. But this puts him too close to Mike. So 7 has to be here. If this is about where our fire is, Theo can be anywhere. Mike needs to be 20 feet away from everyone. Theo can be next to Kelly, so that would be allowed. But then where would we have Andy? Would this be a satisfaction of our rules? Does this look right to you? Let's look at our rules. Okay, campfire has to be 20 foot from the nearest tree. All right, so we're interpreting that as gap. So there's a 20-foot gap, there's a 20-foot gap, 20-foot gap, 20-foot gap. Okay, so our fire is safe from trees. Now everyone should have a 10-foot gap at the fire. So Kelly has a 10-foot gap. Theo has a 10-foot gap, is how we're reading that. Mike has a 10-foot gap. These guys have a 10-foot gap. These guys all have 10-foot gap. So that looks right. Although this is a little ambiguous about 10-foot gap, but it seems about right. Amanda and Brandon want to be next to each other. Brandon wants to be on the far west, which is exactly where he is. So he can see to the east at the sunrise. 7 wants to be opposite Kelly. Andy needs to be far away from poison ivy. Mike needs to be 20 feet away from any humans. And then Theo, that's us, can be anywhere, but she suggests, hey, hang out near me. So is that everyone's constraint? And do we think that's a unique constraint, which is how we're interpreting this puzzle? Did one of our people like the northern... Let's see if we can't get us a closer view of this. All right, so this, I believe, sounds like our unique solution here. Put his 10 far away. I don't care, he's allergic. Okay, so we put him allergic to that. We're just looking for other constraints we may have missed here. So at least 20 feet from the other tents, that's Mike. Put my tent next to Brandon's, and don't put anyone else's tent near us. Okay, well, that's fine. For my tent to be in far west. Seven says, check out the oak tree. All I ask is you put mine and Kelly's tents on opposite sides of the camp. Okay, and then we can put ours wherever, but it has to be within 10 of the fire. Now, why can't our tent go here? What's the reasoning why our tent can't go here? We're near the fire. Is it because Amanda doesn't want anyone near her? This is a little confusing to me because this has to be a unique solution. And why can't Amanda and Brandon be reversed other than that he's not purely on the west? I guess maybe he's when he says west, he really means west. And maybe if he looked east, he could hit the tree. But why can't we be here based on these constraints? Why is this not a legal placement for us? Because this has to be a unique solution. So is there something we're not understanding? What do you guys think? Why can we not sleep there? Isn't by our rules this still within 10 from the fire? Not within 10. Isn't this still 10 from the fire? It's as good as this from the fire. This and this are the same. So what makes this preferable to this? That troubles me. You can put your tent wherever's still available. Don't worry if you end up next to me. It sounds like we're going to end up next to Kelly, but why is this not a good place? The only reason to prefer this place is Amanda doesn't want anyone to be near her. Maybe she says it more explicitly. She says, put my tent next to Brandon's, and could you make sure not to put anyone's tent near us? Well, is this too near her for her liking? Is that why we're over here? Maybe so. At least this gives her a good buffer. Okay. Yeah, it's a little ambiguous, not near her, but okay. So here are our placements. We think if we're right, we should be able to solve this now. Locations of the campfire tents belonging to Amanda, Brandon, Seven, Andy, and Mike. Letter and number. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. If we're wrong, we'll go back and rethink about it. I can't say I dislike this, but if we're wrong, my feeling might change. All right, so we're going to go to the tablet here. We need to scan our thing. Okay. All right, you remember how Deadbolt works. It's all PDF based. So we try to open the PDF and we need a password. Unfortunately, we don't get to see it as I type it. So any typos are not visible. That's a real shame, but okay. We want, let's see, what's the best way to show it to you? Okay, so it says Amanda, Brandon, Seven, Andy, and Mike, letter then number. So Amanda is F3. No caps, no spaces. So lowercase F3. Next is Brandon. He's G3. Then 7 is G7. Andy is F7. Mike is C7. And us. And we're Theo. We're at C4. All right. Locations of the campfire and the tents belong. You're absolutely right. So the channel is telling me the alert worked well. Stacy remembered how to use the alert. Usually it's Jonathan telling me to check. Okay, Stacy says, shouldn't the campfire come first? Good. This is why I really wish we could see these letters. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the beginning, and the campfire location is E5. E5. Although I will note that, does it really need to know that, or is the rest guaranteed from it? I guess they want to make sure you understand it. Okay, let's see if this takes it. I'm a little concerned here. If it takes it, that's wonderful. If it doesn't, we'll have to go back to the drawing board. Hey, look at that. Good work, team. With the last tent marker you placed, Kelly calls out to you. Thank you for the help. Andy and I will get everything else. Why don't you go and explore a bit with the others? Just be back by 6 for dinner. All right, so we're going to do the normal thing. We're going to save this without protection. Remove security. Okay, let's close these files from previous games. Trying to close the tabs from the previous games. Okay, good work. And excellent work, team. All right, that was fun. Okay, so dinner is at 6. We know that. Remember, our next puzzle was, could you find out what time we're eating dinner and what is for dinner? So we don't know what dinner is. Explore a bit, be back by 6. Okay, so I'd love to get all right, we're going to take a snapshot of this in case we need it. It'd be better for me to turn off the picture-in-picture we did. Okay, so let's take a screenshot here so we don't forget it. Okay, so whoops. So how are we going to find out what's for dinner? We've got the tents up. Survival tips. Watch out for the dangers. We know about the trees. But it seems like we only have, okay, explore a bit. So I guess we're meant to explore this puzzle. Where does the message lead you? All right, it seems like we have to do this first. Let's see. Let's not lose our, let's just move this up a bit. All right, so that was pretty fun, actually, I have to say. I wish it was a little clearer about the distance measuring. But okay, so let us look at our puzzle here. In the place where the tree stands, turn your back to the mountain. Now remember that 7 has told us, hey, the oak tree has some bark and writing carved into it. And there's the oak tree is right there, right? We remember from our survival tips that this is the oak tree. So there's one oak tree, it's right here. Let's get ourselves a little marker. So they told us to explore, so we walked over to the oak tree, and we've encountered this writing. In the place where this tree stands, turn your back to the mountain. Okay, so we're looking, there's the mountain. So now we're looking this way. This way. Due south. Facing straight away is 0. So this is our 0 degrees this way. Remember, when you turn 0 turns with you. Okay. So it's saying head 225 degrees for 0. Wherever we're turning is 0. Okay, fine. So I think what it's saying is head 225 degrees. Okay, what is 225 degrees? It's so 0, and then where's our, let's make ourselves a little compass. Oh, we've got our compass. There we go. Okay, so don't worry about the, I guess this would help us a bit, but here's our north is that way. But it's saying, okay, treat where we're angle, where we're facing is 0. Okay, so there's our 0. All right, so do we need to zoom in a little so you can see it? Okay, let's just do it like this. Okay, so there's our 0 due south, back to the mountain. Okay, so 225 degrees is straight up almost 20 feet. So let's go 20 feet. Okay, straight up is 225. Okay, and now we're headed in that direction, so that's our 0. Okay, now it wants us to go 270 degrees for 30 feet. Okay, well, 270 is to our left, so 1, 2. Sorry, we went 2 up for 20, so 3 is 30, 10, 20, 30 feet. Now walk to the nearest pine. Well, we're on a pine, unless I've done something wrong, which it certainly seems like I may have. Walk to the nearest pine. The pine is on us. Okay, we walked that way. Now, 45 degrees, which is diagonally this way for 40 feet, 10, 20, 30, 40. Okay, so something I've done wrong. Something I've misunderstood the rules of this game. The rules it was telling me. All right, let's start again. See if we can come to a better agreement. We're starting out 0 to the dead south, right? Back to the mountain, facing this way. Here we are. Be nice if that we could put a little angle dot on that. Let's see what we can do about this. Okay, let's put this where we're facing. Okay. So here we are facing south. That's our 0. Head 225 degrees for 20 feet. Okay, I mean, I'll get my glasses out to make sure I'm not misunderstanding this. 225 is straight up for 20 feet. So there's 10 feet, 20 feet. And now we're facing this way. Because it reminds us, when you turn, 0 turns with you. Okay. So now we're facing straight up. Now go 270 degrees for 30 feet. So if we turn to 270, that's directly to our left here. And it wants us to go 30 feet. So there's 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. Okay. Now it says walk to the nearest pine. Maybe they mean turn and go down here to the nearest pine. Now we're facing this way, straight down. So if we were to go to 45 degrees, that would be this way for 40 feet. So 10, 20, 30, 40. And now we're facing directly that way. Now 90 degrees for 70 feet. Okay, so let me just make sure I've got my thing there. Okay, so we walk that way. That's our 0. So 90 degrees is this way. So that doesn't work. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Okay, so what's happening? What's wrong? What's wrong? What am I misunderstanding? We start at the tree. We're facing directly away from the mountain, which is facing directly diagonally this way. So we mark that as our 0. Don't pay attention to the arrow, just pay attention to the numbers on this is all I'm using. So there's our 0 pointing the same way we're facing. Facing straight ahead is 0. All right, so why is this so confusing? It's not confusing, it's just wrong what I'm doing. I'm not sure why, though. It wants us to head 225 degrees for 20 feet. Well, 225 degrees, I don't know if you can see it on this thing. Can you guys see it? 225 degrees. The direction we're facing, which is this way, is our 0. There's our 0. 225 degrees is straight up. Move this down here. So we're going to turn 225 degrees. Maybe we shouldn't be... Okay, so I think maybe... Yeah, 225 degrees is straight up. So why aren't we turning 225 degrees for 20 feet? 10, 20. Okay, we turn 225 degrees. We went 20 feet. Now turn 270 degrees, which has us pointing dead left. Okay. And go 30 feet. 1, 2, 3. And then it says walk to the nearest pine, and I'm already confused. Are you saying this isn't the... Oh, walk to the nearest pine. Is that the mistake I'm making? Yes, okay. The pine, all right, I see. That's the mistake. The pine is this. Okay, so the nearest pine is actually here. Okay, so I've turned to it and I've walked to it. Good. Okay, that's the problem. Walk to the nearest pine. Thank you. You caught me. Okay, now we should be okay. So we've had to walk at this diagonal. So we've walked back this way. We're facing now due south at 0. Now it wants us to turn 45 degrees, which is straight down, and go 40 feet. 10, 20, 30, 40. Okay. And now we're looking straight down. And now we turn 90 degrees, which is straight left, and go 70. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Okay, good catch. Good catch. All right, so this is the one that got me. It says walk to the nearest pine. We were on it. Somehow, I assume, I convinced myself that was a pine tree. But it makes sense. This is what a pine tree looks like. Okay, well, chat saved me. All right, so here we are. So everyone, assuming everyone agrees with that, where does it lead you? Okay, so I2 is where it leads us. Let's put this in, and then we'll take a little bit of a break. All right, I apologize for that. This is why I need this group. Otherwise, I'm in trouble doing these by myself. All right, and we think the answer is I2. All right, let me make sure I save it without protection so we can come back to it. All right, following the directions that were carved into the tree, you reach the end of the path. As you look around for anything special about the spot, you notice a small hollow at the base of a tree. Squatting down, you peer inside. Reaching in, you pull out a rock with a message scratched onto its surface. This place is tainted by the blood of the marigolds. The Marigold's pale horse trampled through blood, and its rider was Death. This place is where Death has made his home. You will not escape. Huh, creepy, ain't it? Startled, you nearly jump out of your skin at the sound of Seven's voice. He must have been walking up behind you while you were reading the rock. Sorry about that, Seven says, smirking. Some previous campers must have left that as a joke to screw with people. Do you think the stories about Palehorse Lake are true, you ask? Well, we know from historical records that Jacob Marigold really did murder his entire family with a hatchet. As for the part about his horse trudging through the pools of blood and marking those hills for death, who knows? It could be true. Does anybody know what happened to Jacob Marigold? Seven looks at you curiously. That is a really good question. I would assume that the locals hanged him for his crimes, but that is just a guess. I should have gone to the beach, you say, with a sigh and a laugh. At least there I would have the backdrop of beautiful girls in bikinis, not stories about mass murder. Don't be a wuss, Zevin says, punching you on the arm. Now, if you'll excuse me, it looks like it's time for me to start getting ready for dinner. I'm scheduled to cook tonight. I hope you like fish. All right, so now we know what's for dinner and when. It's fish at 6 o'clock, I believe, was our previous thing. 6 o'clock for dinner. Okay, so we're having dinner at 6. It's an odd little game here. So fish at 6 p.m. Okay, so now we are ready to answer the next puzzle about what time are we eating and what's for dinner. Kind of lighthearted game so far. Set amongst this possible murder. We're just trying to figure out what's for dinner. All right, so we're going to take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes and continue. Okay, we're back. I've taken the time during the break to double stick these things temporarily down so they won't shift, and I made us a little arrow. If we need to do any more navigation with angles, we can better keep track of it. I don't know how to explain why I got so stuck on the idea of moving to the nearest pine, except that sometimes that's what happens with these games. You go blind a little bit. It's also why playing these games completely solo makes the game so much more difficult. There's lots of things that if you're playing with someone else, they can see you've made an obvious mistake and gotten stuck. Whereas you're playing yourself, you get blinders on and you don't see that stuff. Okay. So we figured out the big mystery so far, that we're having fish at 6 p.m. That's the last puzzle we have available to us to solve. So let's solve that, and then we'll see if this case is going to get dangerous at some point, or if this is just a little friendly game here. All right. Let's see what we've got here. All right. So it wants no caps, no spaces, what time we're eating, and what is for dinner. So I think it's just 6 fish is the answer. Oh, did I hit cancel? I think I hit cancel. Ugh. Sometimes it's kind of annoying. Dinner unlock. Okay, 6 fish. And then, okay. When dinner arrives, everyone eats and drinks like it will be their last meal. Because the camping trip is 2 weeks long, most meals will be of the freeze-dried variety, which means tonight is one of the last real meals you'll have for a while. Let me just save this without protection. 7 is a pretty good cook, and the fish is delicious. The alcohol your group brought along is really good too. Maybe you were too hasty to talk about going to the beach. Despite the onslaught of mosquitoes and the humidity that causes every inch of your clothing to stick to you as if glued to your skin, you're actually enjoying yourself. Too bad none of it lasts. Several hours later, you are sound asleep in your tent when a scream rips through the night. It's Amanda. Fumbling with the zipper to your tent, you manage to open it and stumble out. So here's us. There's Amanda sleeping near Brandon. Fumbling with the zipper to your tent, you manage to open it and stumble out. In the still dark hours of the morning, you can see she's standing just outside Brandon's tent along with the other members of the group. The yellow tent is stained with a dark liquid that might be hard to identify in the dim light if not for the hatchet buried in Brandon's head. "He's dead! Brandon is dead!" Amanda screams. "I was going to his tent before anyone else was awake, and..." Amanda breaks down into tears before she can finish. Who could have done this, you ask, immediately remembering the legend about Jacob Marigold's murdering his entire family with the same type of weapon that's currently protruding from Brandon's broken skull. "Maybe there is a killer who lives in these woods," 7 theorizes. "Or maybe the killer is one of us," you say quietly. Amanda whirls on you in a rage. "None of us could do something like this. How dare you suggest such a thing? There has to be some lunatic loose in these woods who did this to Brandon. Or maybe it was you. None of us, except Mike, know you. Maybe you're the psycho." "Me?" you say with exasperation. "I didn't do this. I was asleep in my tent. Maybe you killed Brandon because he wouldn't take the bait you were offering." Guys," Mike interrupts, "we have another problem. The emergency phone is gone. Also, looks like a lot of our gear is missing, including our food and water supply." This revelation prompts everyone to search the campsite. Not only are all the backpacks missing, but so is most of the gear that was unloaded from them. "It gets worse, guys," Andy says as he comes running back from the shore. "The canoes are gone. If we want off this peninsula, we're going to have to swim." "This place is cursed," Amanda says in a voice on the edge of panic. Let's try to stay calm," Mike says. "Our stuff didn't just disappear." Let's cover up Brandon's body to keep predators away and then search the whole peninsula again. We're bound to find something. You, Seven, and Mike cover Brandon in a tarp. Then everyone splits up to search for answers. After several minutes of searching, the group has little to show for their efforts, except some destroyed gear and some cryptic messages about death. Nobody is sure where the messages came from or who left them. The situation and the lack of food and water have everyone on edge. Soon an argument breaks out about what to do. You may now open envelope 1. Okay. Let us flip these people over. Now that we know where they want to sleep is done, we can get a better look at them. All right, so Brandon has died with a hatchet in his head. Amanda was the one sleeping near him. All of our stuff has disappeared. We've eaten our fish dinner. And now we're allowed to open envelope 1. Okay, so that did turn dark quickly. Well, this is Deadbolt Mystery Society. That's how it goes. All right, envelope 1 we were instructed to open. Let's try to open it without damaging stuff if we can. All right, so everyone was told to search and look for stuff. We found some destroyed gear and some messages. Let's see what those are. Do we need this anymore? We'll put it out of the way for now. All right, let's see what we've got here. Looks like a tree stump. Witch path. Okay. No QR code to scan, so this cannot be on its own. Oh, I see. We're having an argument already. I guess we should start there. Here's the argument. And this is Andy says, well, this isn't good. It looks like we're trapped here. Theo, that's us, we say, well, we could just swim off the peninsula. Seven says, I am not sure any of us could make it that far. It's further than you think. That's not really a plan. We need to think of something else. And this is Mike. Mike says, hey, chill, man. It was just an idea. Yeah, a bad idea. Seriously, newbie, just keep your mouth shut. And then Kelly says, oh, shut up, Seven. It's not like you've thrown out an idea, or did I miss that part? No, because I would rather wait until I have a good idea than just throw out a bad one. Andy says, guys, we don't have time for this. We need to come up with a plan and conserve our energy. Let's list out some goals. Kelly says, well, an immediate goal should be getting a drinkable water source. That means we need a way to filter water, collect it, and then purify it. Any ideas? Well, we can use the fabric from one of the tents as a filter. As for collecting it and purifying it, we would need some kind of container and either a fire or some water purification tablets. Kelly says, well, Brandon had some tablets in his pack, I think, but all our stuff is gone. Amanda says, actually, Brandon left his backpack up on the cliff yesterday. I remember him mentioning it at dinner last night. I doubt whoever took our stuff managed to get that. They probably didn't realize it. Mike says, yeah, but how do we even get up there, man? Climbing gear is ruined. Kelly says, I think there are some usable pieces of rope left. We should be able to make it work. Oh man, we also need to figure out who did this. And we need to stay alert, so no wandering off by yourself. If we're using the buddy system, we're using the buddy system from now on. Seriously? Mike and I will work on some ways to filter the water and try to figure out how to collect the water in case you don't find anything. Great. Theo and I will work on getting Brandon's backpack. Okay. So a little bit of a... It almost feels like the story is a little bit of an adventure game. That's strange. Okay, so she's volunteered the two of us for an assignment. And that is, we're going to try to get Brandon's backpack. He left his backpack up on the cliff. So that's where we're trying to go. All right, what have we got here? I don't know what this is. And, oh, wait a second. I can see it's like climbing rope of different lengths. We're meant to punch out. I think that's what's happening here. Like, we're going to need to assemble these. So I believe what's happening is it's just a way of giving us these little lengths of different length rope. All right, so I'm just going to punch these out for us. I believe the rest of these pieces are not important. All right. So we've got a couple pieces of long rope, some medium rope pieces, and some short rope pieces. This is like climbing rope. Okay, maybe we should have saved this until we needed it, but I figure let's have it ready for us in case we come across a puzzle that we think might need it. I don't think any of these other spare pieces are needed. So I think there's our pieces of rope. I don't think we need the rest of this. All right. Then we've got this. What's this about? It looks like this is the cliff face we're going to have to climb by using this rope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. My wife is a serious rock climber. So she could have helped us with this. Okay, look at this. This is interesting. I don't remember seeing this in a previous Deadbolt game. We've got QR codes for 4 objectives. Get Brandon's backpack. What path will lead to the top with the ropes you have? Start at any of the 3 bottom points and give the numbers of your path to the top. Okay. At some point, we need to find the missing gear, give the name of the location. Then we have to get drinkable water. What container do you use for water and how many purification tablets do you find? Find out where the person is who did this, gave the name of the location. Okay, so all of the next 4 objectives from this envelope, I guess, are on this sheet. These ropes, we're told, go with this rock face. Okay, we still don't know about this. What about this? What is that we're looking at? This is the end. Death takes many things from us. If you wish to have the supplies that were taken from you returned, then looks like a coded message, perhaps. If we look at the numbers, they go up to 36, so they're not going to be letter numbers, I don't think. What's this picture we're looking at? Don't really know. All right. Well, find out where the person is who did this. Give the name of the location. So this could be a location name. Lots of 10s. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 19s, 4s. Letters are a little weird too. Like these S's are very weird. Almost, it looks like there's a little thing here. I don't know what that is. Where's my zooming thing? What is that? It's like a number 2 or a question mark. It's sticking out like it doesn't belong. Okay, we'll worry about this later. We don't need to solve it right away. Oh, this is the tent that the guy got killed in with the blood on the side of it. No body anymore. I guess we wrapped it in a tarp. This is the beginning. Another note it looks like we found. If you hope to survive, you will need your gear or die of dehydration. Even a mighty tree can be felled with the right tools. Choose a carved path, then follow it from the center outward. I'm sure your instincts will tell you not to follow my instructions, but with no supplies, what other choice do you have? So I think it's saying that one of these paths, if we follow, will spell out a message. But why should we choose which one? Maybe we just follow each of them and only one of them will spell out a message? That's a good guess. All right, so these we think go together. What about this? Enjoy the mountain. Whoa, look at that scary thing. Now these numbers look like they're matching the range. Do you see a 36? Because, or what was our, these numbers look like they're matching these range. But this goes up to 36. Is there a 36 here? 32. Highest number here is 32. But these add up to 36. Just as a hunch, is there... We've got a lot of 10s. Let's see, are there multiple skulls that add up to 10? There's one that adds up to 10. Anything else that add up to 10? 5, 4. No, I think that's what we're looking at here. I suspect that we're supposed to calculate the sums of each skull and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay. So I suspect what we've got is A through Z as letters. If we sum up the two numbers, we'll get unique numbers in these skulls going from 5 to 36, so that for each number here, that'll correspond to a sum. For example, that 10 is going to be this 1 and 9, and this will be A, B, C, D, E, which would be an E. So every 10 turns into an E, which makes the most sense because that's one of the most common letters. So I think that's what we've got here. So I think we're probably ready to solve this and get a message out of this. All right. But let's put that aside for a second. And let's work on this one. Because that's what we were told to do first, to get the backpack. So I feel like let's do what the mission they assigned us to do. Start at any of the 3 bottom points. Give the numbers of your path to the top. So here's our path. We've got to make our way up to the top. We can start at the bottom with our rope. Now I'm not sure. Remember, you can take any path you want. You must use these ropes. I wonder if to the top. So my interpretation of that is probably that we could end at 13 or 14. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like we could get there. So we're going to have to end at 13, I think, which means we're going to have to walk through 11. And then we could go this way, or we could go this way. Either path would work. I'm going to try doing it like this, where I don't remove it and working my way down here. So from here, you could go here, or you could go here. I don't know. So we don't have a good rope that goes between these two. That makes me think we're not going down this path. Okay. We don't have a rope that's long enough to go here, so we're going to have to go this way. And then, let's see, that's too far this way. That's about this length. Or could we jump straight down? It looks like we could jump straight down. So those are two paths we could take here. But then if we were here, we're stuck. So what about this, though? And then we have a rope left over. Is that right? It's a little odd, don't you think, that we have a rope left over? Maybe this one's not quite long enough. So is it like that? Kind of weird that there seem to be... I mean, this feels like a reasonable path for us. It's just odd because it almost feels like we don't even need that one, but I guess we do. Like, you can't quite get down to 3 between these two, so we have to go intermediate. Okay, I think that's our path. Let's try it and see if I've misunderstood the rules of the game. Numerals only. Start at any of the 3 bottom points and work your way up. Okay, let's try it. Any disagreement while I'm doing this? I see the channel's giving Stacy credit for solving the alphabet. No say Ipsum says, "You're a genius, Stacy. What about me? I solved it too, didn't I?" Meanwhile, Anna is doing her thing, working the deduction angle. She says, this Spamonite says, "We lose one camper, they turn on each other." Anna says, 7 is very suspicious. He had the hatchet last night. Doesn't want us to try to swim away. Also, 7 was the one who told us about the message on the tree that pointed us to the creepy stone and its message. I agree with you. I do think you're right. I did not remember he had the hatchet. He seemed suspicious on his face. Anna is giving us the real facts of why he's suspicious. Okay, let us solve this one. Brandon's backpack. Okay. We're going to open this up. We're going to put in our password. Okay, so I think it's 3 goes to 4, goes to 5, goes to 8, 10, 12, 11, 13. Okay. So let's see. Can you see it all that way? Can I get it? Zoom it out enough so you can see it? Not 100%. Okay. So it's 3, then 4, then 5, then 8, then 10, then 12, then 11, 13. Let's see if that's right. Yes. Your hand finally reaches the lip of the ledge. With a final heave, you pull yourself up and roll onto your back, panting. Sitting up, you spot Brandon's backpack. As you check the backpack for tablets, you hear Kelly call out from below. "Did you find it?" "Yes," you call back. "And it has 7 purification tablets. That should give us enough drinking water to last a little while." Okay, so let's save it without protection so we can come back to it. Let's make our little note that we now have 7 tablets. 7 water tablets. Okay, and we are done with this. Surely we don't need this rope anymore. We'll just leave it on the rock in case we want to climb back up there to escape. Put that aside. All right, so we've done this objective. Now I guess we're going to help with some other stuff. What container do you use? And how many purification tablets do you find? Okay, well, we found 7 purification tablets, but we don't have a container to use yet. Where is the person? We think that's going to be on their message. and the missing gear. So we have this puzzle we think is one puzzle. And then this puzzle, you will need your gear. So it's this is, I think, a puzzle. This is a puzzle, so that's 2. This is talking about 3 that we have left. Is there something else I put aside, or do we just solve these 2 and then worry about the 3rd one later? Okay. Which one would you like to attack first? Let's attack the one that I solved that Stacy got 100% credit for. Somehow I did not get the credit. All right, so ideally we would make a scan of this and write on it so we don't have to do it, but let's just see if we can't. If we can't write as much as we need to and do it by hand. There aren't that many numbers. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. These are A through G, H, I, J, K, L, M, H through M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, N through T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. So U through Z. Okay, so our first number is 17. Where is our 17 here? Am I showing this? You can see it, yes. Okay, so there's our 16. I mean, ideally I'd like to just write on this, but I don't really want to. Okay, let's try to do it without writing on this. Maybe we'll keep a thing here. Okay, so there's our 18, 19, are some of these minus? Maybe they don't all add. Do they look any different? I'm trying to see where my 17 is, but I don't see a clean 17 if you just add them. Maybe they don't all add. Let me see, is there one that would give us 17 if we subtracted it? This would give us 17 if we subtracted. I think this is going to be a subtraction. But now, why would we know that's a subtraction? Larger number on the left means subtraction, or does the skull look different? All right, well, let's do it. So if we subtract, it's 17, but they're not all going to be subtractions, are they? No, I don't think they are. Okay, N, O, P, Q, R, S. So 17 is an S. And then we have our 10. Smaller number before larger number you add. So I think that's going to be our 10. A, B, C, D, E. S, E, and then 5. Larger before smaller subtract. So I think our 5 is going to be our A. S-E-A, this is surely going to be like search. 26 is going to be an R. So let's see. That's 25. That's 29. larger before smaller, we add, smaller before larger, larger before smaller, we subtract. Here's our larger before smaller, subtract. That's our 26 right there. So that's O. S-E-A. Oh, I don't like that. Let's keep going though, because frequently what you find is you're missing a word boundary or something is being done wrong. Seven. We said it's not this because that's a subtract, unless we're misunderstanding that. Should be looking for a smaller before larger if I want to add. Okay, looks like we're doing something. My theory is slightly off. Surely it's basically right, but I wonder if I'm missing when to tell a skull is a subtraction skull or an addition skull. Surely the 10 is going to be an E. Where's that one here? Smaller versus larger. That's what made me think. And then but then this one, I was saying larger before smaller is a subtraction. That would give us our 5. Is there anything else that could give us a 5? Yes, there was another one that was a nice clean 5, I remember. So there's another 5. Let's think why we think this is an addition. And this is a subtraction. Are the skulls the same? So they're both cases of the left number being higher than the right, and I was taking that to be a sign of subtraction. I suppose that could still hold true, and this could be a number 1. Am I overthinking this? Where's our 7? That's the question. Where's our 7? There's our 7. 15 minus 8 is our 7. Okay, so that's a C. 7 is C. S-E-A-O-C. Doesn't seem like a word yet. But I've played plenty of these things where I stopped early decoding and it made sense afterwards. So I'm going to keep going. 19. Where's our 19? If we were to write on this, this would be easier for us to not have to do this each time. Feels like we should write on this. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. I'm going to make a scan of this so we can write on it because it's kind of silly to be doing this one by one. All right, we're going to take our break early here, and we'll come back with a scan of this that we can write on. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I think we've basically got the idea of this. As pointed out, we were walking through this. We got S-E-A and then an O-C. Already when we had S-E-A, we thought the word's going to be search. So if you skip this one, you get S-E-A-R-C. Surely this is going to be an H. So the question is then, why did we think, I've scanned it and printed it out. So if you subtract higher, bigger than, followed by a lower, if you subtract this, you get 26. I'm going to write a 26 in here. That would suggest that the letter 26 is an O. But I did see there's another 26 here. Lower before bigger, add them together. You get 26, and there's our R. So that's clearly the R that we want. And then that would suggest our A is right and our S is right. So I'm guessing there's two possibilities. Either we should be adding these and get 36, not 26. This is my little thing. So something should be telling us whether we add or subtract, and it isn't my heuristic of the order of the numbers. But I'm not sure what it is. It would either be something different about the skulls, it could be odds or evens. However, I'm not going to worry about it for now. I'm just going to decode this message. It feels like for any given number, we will only have a candidate 1 or 2 letters, so we should be able to solve this without figuring out the logic of which one, and then we can come back to it. So we did the 7 as a C. Now we need a 19. Let's see what we've got here. So so if we subtract these two, we get 19. And that's what we expect in H. So there's our 19. Whether there's another 19, I don't know. So here's our search. Now we've got the next word. Starts with the 4. All right, let's see what we've got here. So here's an 18 minus 14 would give us a 4 if we're supposed to subtract. That would start with an F. Is there any other 4 we could get by adding? Here's a 1 and a 3. Either gives us a 2 or a 4. Where did I put my other 4 here? Or 32. So let's put a 4 here as well. It could be a 2 if we subtract. Anything else? No. Okay, so it's either an F or a T. Maybe the channel is going to tell me, and we've got a 19, which we think is an H. So this is probably going to be the T. TH, search the. And we've got our E, so search that. So this is the T, is the 4. I'm going to circle this and circle this. This is a 4 is the T. I don't know. Then presumably this one is a 32, not a 4 that we care about. Okay, let's continue going there. Search the T-H-T-H-E, and then another 19, which is another H. 36. And what's our 36 here? This could be either our 26 or 36, but we know it's not our 26. So 36 is going to be O. Search the HO. If you had to guess, it would be whole or something. HO and then 26. We know what 26 is R. HOR. 17 is an S. Horse. Search the horse. And then another 17 is an S. And an E. SE. And then 15 we haven't seen yet, and a 10. SE blank E. Horse. SE blank E. What is that? I guess we'll find it, but it seems like we should be able to know what that word is. What are we looking for? A 15. There's our 15. There's a Y. SEYE. That doesn't make sense. Where's another 15? Okay, this is a bit confusing to me. The horses. Okay, so so it is a Y. It's just another word break. Okay, well, we've learned actually. So search the horse's eye. All right. So I want to talk about this for a second, just because. So I've got it solved without knowing how to know which skull to subtract or add, just because you can solve it by constraint satisfaction. Has the channel figured out how we're supposed to know which skulls we subtract and add? Let's see. It's another clue in the envelope. It's a different clue in the envelope. Okay, you've already figured it out, so don't tell us the answer yet. But we'll worry about that at the end when we do it. But I did want to dwell on this for a second. In previous puzzle games, occasionally we start decoding and it doesn't make sense and we stop with the approach we're taking. And a couple of times I've gotten burned by that. Like, for example, you go SEAO. In this case, the SEA was enough to convince us we were on the right track. But we've played a puzzle where like the first letters are like JRO and you're like, that doesn't form a word, so I'm doing it wrong. Or here where we got the horse and then SEYE doesn't make any sense. And so both of those fall into the family things about abandoning too soon the approach. And I do think it's really a lesson that if you're working on an approach that seems right, maybe you keep going beyond the point at which you think you don't have a word. Because what happens is sometimes you realize, oh, okay, I just didn't break the boundary at the right place, or these are someone's initials, etc. But the message we got is search the horse's eye. Okay. Now, where is the horse's eye? This says, find the missing gear, give the name of the location. Okay, I guess the name of the location is horse's eye for the gear, because that's what he's saying here. If you wish to have the supplies, go here. Okay, but we don't see a horse here, right? In our map, it's just the larger picture is the horse's thing. Regardless, we know how to answer this. The name of the location is the horse's eye, so let's do that. Treat the water. Is that what we're doing? No. we've got, this is actually a little more difficult than you would think because we want it to only scan one. Locate stuff, yes. Oh, sorry, I wasn't sharing it with you. There we go. Okay, so we're going to locate stuff, and we think the answer is Horseseye. As Brandon had pointed out to Amanda at the beginning of the trip, the peninsula was shaped a bit like a horse's head. Based on that, the horse's eye would be a large dark rock on the western side of the peninsula. Once you reach the horse's eye, you see that there's a dip in the ground which creates a nice hiding hole under the rock. I see my backpack, Amanda says as she crawls under the rock and stretches to grab the strap of her pack. Be careful, you caution her. I can reach it, I think, she says, pushing herself further beneath the rock and stretching her arm out as far as it will go. This sounds terrible idea. This sounds like a terrible idea. All right, I'm going to save it. Unprotected. I'm really nervous about this girl going to get crushed by this rock. I can reach it, I think, she says, pushing herself further beneath the rock and stretching her arm out as far as it will go. Wait, I see something moving, she says, right before letting out a blood-curdling scream. You and Andy very quickly pull her out from beneath the rock. She has her backpack, but something else has her. You hear the hiss and rattle before you actually see what is responsible. A nest of rattlesnakes are latched onto her. They are coiled around her right arm and shoulder. Each of them sink their fangs into her flesh repeatedly, and the look on her ghostly face is one of surprised terror. Although stunned, you shake yourself into action, grabbing a stick to try and knock the snakes loose. Seven steps up to help you as well. Soon you've managed to free Amanda, but she's far from out of the woods. As you turn her over, you notice that her eyes have rolled into the back of her head as the toxins have caused her to go into shock. She begins to convulse as the venom wreaks havoc on her internal organs. It's possible to survive a bite from a single rattlesnake, but Amanda has been repeatedly bitten by multiple snakes. We have to do something, Kelly screams. What can we do? Andy asks. We have no anti-venom and no way of getting her to a hospital. Amanda shakes more violently than before and then goes still. Kelly covers her mouth, holding back a scream. No one needs to say the obvious. The girl is dead. Why is this happening? Andy says. What are we supposed to do now? Seven angrily picks up the backpack that Amanda pulled out of the hole before dying and dumps the contents out. He hands a canteen to Andy. What we do now is use this to get us some water so we can get out of this nightmare, Seven says before walking off. I think we need to state the obvious here, you say, while you have everyone's attention. And what's that? Mike asks. Someone murdered Amanda. The clue that led us here specifically referred to the horse's eye. Only people in our group knew that Brandon compared the peninsula to a horse's head. That means that there isn't some random psycho running loose in the woods. The killer has to be one of us. Okay, and Anna points out, this is the container we just found, the canteen. So we know we have 7 tablets and we have a container, which is the canteen. Anna's always looking for the bigger picture. We found the canteen. Brandon has it at least. All right. Let's check in. That's 2 of our objectives done. We found the canteen. Our guy has pointed out that they referred to the horse's head eye. That means someone was listening in on us and knows that that's how we refer to it. And then Stacy and Nose Ipsum have been saying that Stacy sees now what made us decide whether we should add or subtract? All right, tell me what it is now. Now that someone has figured it out during our stream, what is it? What's the add and subtract? How do we know when we're supposed to add and when we were supposed to subtract? Is it a difference in the skull that I'm not quite seeing? That would be my guess. Stacy says, are you sure that I want to know? Well, only if it's not going to help us in the future. But I don't think it's going to help us in the future. I think we're done with this. It's from a solution to another puzzle. A puzzle we already solved. All right, don't tell us yet. I guess we'll get to it later. Before we end the stream, look at the 2 leftover cards. These 2, you're saying? Okay, let's look. All right, well, let's worry about it later. You tell me before the game is over if we miss it. Okay, so we think we know how to solve this one, drinkable water. What container do you use and how many purification tablets do you find? Okay, so this is the one we're able to answer now. Let's go to that. Now you see why putting these all on one sheet's a little problematic. Okay, treat the water. Oh, I wasn't even showing it to you. Treat the water. No caps, no spaces. What container and how many tablets? Okay, so the container is the canteen, Canteen, and we found 7 tablets. Okay, so let's save this unprotected so we can come back to it if we need to. Says, Andy drops in one of the purification tablets, closes the lid, and shakes the canteen. Now we just need to wait until the iodine does its thing, he says. Should only take about 10 minutes. Where are the others? Mike went to check the campsite again for anything useful, you reply. 7 said something about nature calling, and Kelly was wrapping Amanda's body in one of the tents. She should be here any minute now. Kelly was left alone, Andy says, a note of panic entering his voice. Have we learned nothing from every horror movie ever made? You never do anything alone when people are getting murdered. Good point, you say. We can go find her once Mike and 7 get here. After 10 minutes, Andy opens the canteen and takes a big drink before passing it to you. You thank him, but say you want to wait for the others. Yeah, our guy 7 has poisoned our canteen. That's what I thought. All right. This is my fear here. After another minute, 7 and Mike return. Finally, some water, 7 says as he takes the canteen and gives it a sniff, grimacing at the smell of iodine. I guess this will keep me from dying of thirst, but this water reeks. Andy tries to respond, but the words won't come out. 7 pauses before taking a drink. You okay, Andy? Scratching at his neck, Andy nods, but still can't speak. Okay, I knew this was coming, but Anna had already pegged 7 as our culprit, and he had the canteen before anyone else, so he probably poisoned it. I suppose he could have even poisoned it before he put it in the hiding place. Scratching at his neck, Andy nods, but still can't speak. You don't look fine, Mike says, noting a red flush that is spread across Andy's face. You aren't allergic to shellfish, are you? Some purification tablets have that. It's going to be poison ivy. No, not allergic to shellfish, Andy says with both hands scratching at his neck. Throat itching, can't breathe. You watch in horror as Andy's face darkens from red to purple as he gasps for breath. His eyes bulge as he fights for a breath that just won't come. Within seconds, Andy collapses to the ground and begins to writhe from lack of oxygen. You rush to his side, but it's too late. Mike looks as confused as you. What just happened? Did he drink the water? Did you drink it too? At Mike's word, Seven glares at you. How convenient. Bite me, you tell Seven. Enough, Mike says as he picks up the canteen. He sifts the canteen and wipes a finger on the inside of the lip. He dumps the water out onto a flat rock. Mixed in with the water are tiny green flecks of some type of foliage. It's poison ivy, you say, remembering how Andy's tent placement required him to be as far away from the plant as possible because of his allergy. I think someone rubbed poison ivy leaves on the inside of the canteen, Mike explains. There's a faint leafy smell and an oily residue. The allergic reaction must have closed up his airways. That's messed up, Seven says. Are you sure? You got a better theory? Mike asks. The two of them argue for at least 5 minutes. During that time, a random thought occurs to you. Guys, where's Kelly? You ask. She should be here by now. We need to go look for her. Your question snaps the other two out of their argument. Heading back to where you last saw her, you find only Amanda's wrapped body and a note. The note says, I saw 4 bloody hoof prints left by the pale horse on the ground. They all faced straight ahead. Then I blinked and the front left hoof print was facing to the left. The front right hoof print did not turn, but a red horizontal slash went through the print. The back left hoof print was facing behind. The last hoof print was facing like the first, but a red horizontal slash marred the print. Death is waiting for you in the blank. So these look like instructions to transform this into a word of some sort. I guess we can try to work on that. What's a good way to do it? Let's do it like this. So there are our 4 hoof prints. All right. They all faced straight ahead. Okay, well, if you're a horse, head is this way, right? Because your shoes are with the curve facing forward. I believe that's right. A horse has a rounded thing at the front. You correct me if I'm wrong. So they all face straight ahead. So these are his front. This is his front left, front right, back left, back right. Sometimes you can solve these things quickly, but it's more fun when we play them to sort of do them systematically. He blinked, and the front left hoof print was facing to the left. The front right did not turn, but a red horizontal line went through it. I think that's making the letter A. The back left hoof print was facing behind. The last hoof print was facing like the first. But a red horizontal flash marred the print. C-A-V-E, cave. Death is waiting for you in the cave. All right, we're done with these. That was kind of fun. We're done with this, we think. Okay. Is that one of our puzzles? Let's see. Find out where the person who did this is. Death is waiting for you in the cave. So we did this one. We found the backpack. We found the gear. We found the water. find out where the person is who did this. We're not sure this is the... Let's see. We find a note. Death is waiting for you. I'm not sure this is the answer to where the person is who did this. It could be the cave is the answer to that, but we do have one more puzzle we haven't solved yet, and maybe we need to look at that first. So there's a picture of a stump that I'm not sure why it's relevant, but then on the other side of it, which path to take. And then we've got this thing, and it seemed like that this would be walking us through this. Let me just see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so these seem like grids. Now, which one should we follow? I'm not sure there's a reason to pick one. I think we would just have to spell out what each of them is and then see if we can make sense. Let me start here because this seems like an easier entry point. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was, I'm doing this one first. That would be, this would be the M. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or maybe the E. It's hard to put a grid on this. It'd be easier if we could scan this and make a grid. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's an E. So EMAS, MAS, and then EV, EV, E, R. That doesn't seem right. I'm going to say this is 2 by 2. Let me see about a different one. Of course, I don't know if we're doing it in reverse, but evens. Oh, well, that would be same Reeve. No, that doesn't look right. Now let's try a different one. Let's try this one here. Starting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This will be starting with this letter here. So T. Then we go almost to the end. T. What is this? An L? T L A R. That doesn't seem right. I just finished talking about how you shouldn't give up too early, but hope to survive. Even a mighty tree can be leveled with the right tools. Choose a carved path, follow it from the center outward. Ouch. So I've been following it from outward to the center. So I should be following it from the center outward. All right, let's try again. Try with this one first now. Okay, from the center outward. Oh, they all start at the same letter at the center. Okay, that helps. So it looks like they all start with this S here. So I'm going to do this one first. F, K, U. F, K, U. This seems clearly wrong. Okay, let's try a different one. Let's try this one now from center out. So all starts at the center level, which is an S. And this guy goes K, V, L, L, O L E 4. That doesn't seem right. Let's try this one here. Start with the S in the center. Then you go upper right, S-I. And you go to the right, it's an N. Up, E. And left, H. Left again, T. Looks like left again, A. And up to the D. And D. And I. Doesn't seem right. Which one was this? It's 2 by 1. This was SK. This was 2 by 1. This was 2 by 2. It's a C, not an L. Not okay. This works with the skull puzzle. Don't go crazy. It's a C, not an L, not SKB. Okay, this is what happens when you do this on YouTube. Like people, you guys are trying to help me, but like I look at this and I'm like, where in the last 20 minutes are these responses to? They need to be sort of self-contained when you make suggestions here. It's a C, not an L. Okay, that doesn't, none of it helps me. I can't use any of the suggestions here. All right, let's try again. Let's try this one, which is 1 by 2. Starting with the S, then going up gives us to the F, then going left goes to the K, then going down gets us to the V, then going to the L, S, F, K, V, L, S. This one seems wrong. Okay, let's try again with 1, 1. Obviously, I'm going on tilt somewhere. Let's try it again. S goes down to L, goes down right to E, E, S, L, E, E, S, then up to D. That's what that is. Okay, that doesn't work either, and I'm not even showing you what I'm doing. Lovely. All right. This is the storm. This is the storm when the heat gets to be 81 degrees and nothing's working. That's when I start to go on tilt. So let's slow down a second. It's just not fun when this happens. So let's, rather than look at the chat for the solution, let's just slow down and try to go more slowly. Choose a carved path, follow it from the center outward. I'm sure your instincts will tell you not to follow my instructions, but with no supplies, what other choice do you have? Choose a carved path, follow it from the center outward. Okay, I can see now that the letters are a little easier to read now with it zoomed up, that that's a C, not an L. Still, it's not much help for me. Right, I gotta do them one at a time again, I guess. All right, try doing them in order. This one first. There's our S. So S, then we go down. I wish, it's really annoying not to be able to write on this stuff. Don't want to take another break. Really, I find that very annoying, but okay. S, L, then we go diagonal E, E, S, L, E, E. Then we go to the right. That's another S. Then we go up, which is a D. Then we go left, which is a Y. Then we go up, which is a D. All right, I'm going to call this now wrong. This was path 1 by 1. We're going to put this aside. We've already done every single one of these twice, but here we are doing it again. Out of frustration, let's try again. Start at the center, which is our S. Now we go to the upper right, which is our K. Now we go down, which is our V. Now we go lower right, which is our L, I guess. L. Then we go to the right, which is an L. Now we go down, which is an E. I already lost where we are because I can't draw on it, but that seems wrong. So we're going to call that one wrong. I already see where this is going with me being angry. But let's try again. We're working on 1, 2. I'm sure it's anger inducing to watch me do this as well. So we're in good company. There's our S. I'm going to go up to an F, and already it seems wrong. Left is a K. Down is an V. To the right is an L. Okay, so we're calling this one wrong. Let's do the one more. I see the channel's trying to get my attention. I'm just going to go through this to get maximum anger and frustration. I'm going to do this last path once more. I'm already angry, so why not continue? There's our S. Upper right goes to an I. Then we go to the right, which is an N. Then we go up, which is an E. Then we go to the left, which looks like an H. And again to the left, which is a T. And again, I guess again, because I can't keep track of where I am, is an A. Then D, D, I. D, D, I, which doesn't make sense. So yeah, I'm fully frustrated and angry now. I'm sure the channel is going to tell me the answer, but I'm going to look at this and avoid the chat for a minute and see why is this making me so angry. This is just so common for this kind of thing to make me angry because I can't keep track of where we are on this thing. I can't write on it. It seems like there's random which one to pick. And it's 85 degrees. Okay, well, we can solve one of them by turning on the air conditioner. Let's read our instructions again. This is the beginning. Okay, do you see any word this? Okay, there is a THIS. This is the beginning. I wonder if that's what we're supposed to start out with our first this. this is the beginning. I see a THIS, so I wonder if that's what's supposed to be telling us that. If you hope to survive, you will need your gear or die of dehydration. Even a mighty tree, which is what we're looking at here. Even a mighty tree can... Come on, guys. With the right tools. Choose a carved path. Follow it from the center outward. Choose a carved path. Follow it from the center outward. I'm sure your instinct will tell you not to follow my instructions. I don't know, guys. That's so ambiguous. But you could start with the word this. This is the recipe for frustration and anger. Oh, is this the beginning? Is that the clever way of telling me THIS? Or is this the beginning? Could go either way. Carved path. It clearly seems like these are the 4 paths, but is it talking about something else? Is it talking about this being the carved path? It's just when things get painful. Things get especially painful when it becomes so painful to test something out. Like I want to test if this is this, and it's just frustrating to try to map 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It sure seems like S is the center, but this is the beginning. This makes me think it's this. Okay, so let's see. Where do we see this pattern? I wonder if that's what we should be looking for. This as our starting pattern. It goes to the right. Is there any pattern that goes to the right and then down? No. Boy, that's frustrating. All right, relax. Relax, relax, relax. It's clearly making a little insinuation that we have to follow the written instructions. If we don't, we're going to get in trouble. This is the beginning, which makes me feel like THIS, but that could just be reading too much into it. Even a mighty tree can be felled with the right tool. Choose a carved path. Let's look at these paths. What are we missing here? Which path? Why would we be able to know which path? Is there some logic to picking a path rather than trying them all? Those of you in the channel, you could just go take a nap. I'm gonna stick with this for a while because I don't know why. One option is that there's a way to figure out which is the right path. Another option is we have to try all the paths. Which one? Don't know. Choose a carved path, follow it. Not choose the right carved path, choose a. Choose a carved path. And then follow it from the center outward. That's also confusing and ambiguous. Let's try this one. What if we ended with the S and that's a word, and then we've got I, N, E, H, T, A, D. Just ridiculous to have to keep doing this, but okay. What if it starts with this, and then then we're at the S. And then we have, I was doing this one. So I, N, E, H, T, I, N, E, H, T, A, H, T, A, which is where? Here? D, D, I, D, D, I. And then we've got F, we go down, D, F. And then IKF. That does not spell anything. So now I have to do every fucking goddamn path. I can't do it, guys. This is not right. And now I'm going to forget which path I tried. It's just 2 by 2. It's just insanity. You have to keep doing these. You'd think after playing so many of these Deadbolts, I have a better grasp of trust that they're not going to make me try all 4. There has to be a logic for choosing which path. It's just... Even a mighty tree can be felled with the right tools. Choose a carved path, follow it from the center outward. I'm sure your instincts will tell you not to follow my instructions. All right, we're going to take a break. I'm going to scan it so I can draw on this and so my anger doesn't exceed the YouTube capabilities. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. My new theory of this case is that one of our campers encountered this puzzle, was in a happy mood like I was at the start of it, and has now gone insane from trying to solve this and is killing everyone, all of his friends, so that he can be alone and work on this puzzle. It's unpleasant, but maybe that's the whole point of this channel, is to play for these moments of frustration, so that those of you who cringe watch YouTube can get some enjoyment here. I have made copies. I'm going to see if this helps me at all. I'm going to start with the S. I'm going to do them in order, see if this makes any difference. S to L to E to E. S to L to E to E. S and up to the O, over to the Y, up to the D, over to the L, up to the D, over, over, up, up, left, left, left. S L Y S O D O R. Doesn't feel right. Oh boy, I'm already angry. I'm right back at full anger as I was before. That was this one. Now this one. S to the K to U L L E Y E S D E D. SKU, SKULEIE, skull eyes, skull, it's not skull, oh yeah, skull eyes, ODDOR, skull eyes, seen if the S. This sounds like it might be right. I'm not unhappy about this already. I'm going to go to here, then here, then up, then over, then down, right, down, down, up, down, 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 G, S, B, and here, and here, and here, then here, and here. What does that spell? Does that spell our thing? SKULLEYS. What is this? What letter is this? A D or an O? I guess it's an O. SODDDOR. Skull eyes, odd or even. This is the worst punchline. That this is just how to. This is helping. This puzzle is helping us solve this puzzle that we solved in 5 seconds, and this 4-hour painful puzzle is to help solve that. You gotta be kidding me. Odd or even, if the same, add, if different, subtract. You gotta be kidding me, guys. You gotta be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. So let me just make sure I understand this correctly. Are we saying that the solution to this entire combination of these two things is this hint about whether to add or subtract? And are we saying that it was this path and there was no way to know which path it was but trying all three? Or is it that they all give us hints? If they all give us hints, I'll be a little more forgiving. But I don't want to do this over and over again. Let me just go back to my first one. S-L-L-E. S-L or S-L-E-E-S. Anna Notes told us an hour ago you chose not to listen. Well, I don't want to listen. I want us to solve it organically. But is that really possible? Just tell me this part. Are you saying that there was no way to know which of these it was, but to try all four? That's very unpleasant. If you think of this channel as being a study into the science of frustration and anger, let's recap why this induces so much anger in me, at least. First of all, confusing, ambiguous instructions hinting that there's something convoluted to follow, like this is the beginning, this, is that how we started? Center outward, this little hint that sounds like we should be not following our directions we want, okay? Then you throw in the mix that these letters, when they're blown up so big, maybe it makes sense, but look at this, where you're like, is this a D, is this an O, is that an L and a C? So you throw that in the mix. Then you tell me that you're supposed to try all four of these and figure out which one is right. And then you throw into the mix that you've got no grid overlays and they're not directly even, so it's a little hard to tell what grid, cell of the grid you're on, what node. These aren't lined up. They're not in the same scale. That's just the recipe for pain. Stacy says, you had it, you just kept saying V instead of U. Well, that looks like a V to me. That's just not, it's not right. That's not right. You don't throw in a million different variables. All right, well, I am still angry about this. And then the icing on the cake is the idea that this is the help. This is just a hint for the puzzle that took 5 seconds to write. If you write on them, it's a few minutes per try, but you don't want to write on it. I don't think that's fair, Anna, because what do you want me to write on this? What if it's wrong? I have to write 4 of these overlaid on this with 4 different colors, and then I can't see it, and what if it's wrong? You only get a chance to write on this once, and then if your theory is wrong, that you're doing it the wrong way, you've made the whole thing impossible to use. If I knew for sure that writing on it would help reveal, that's one thing, but I don't know. I don't know which of these 4. Do I write them on top of each other with the 4 different colored pens? Use the transparency. Well, we do have transparencies, but it's awfully hard to see when it's so small. I mean, if I draw on top of these, you think I'm having trouble telling a U from a V from looking at it, or an L from a C. Imagine you've got this black ink on top of these things, and it's almost impossible. All right, I don't like that. I'm unhappy with it. I'm unhappy that it was supposed to be a hint. I'm unhappy all the way around. But let's continue. Find out where the person is. Well, I'm assuming death is waiting in the cave is the answer it wants, because that's the only puzzle we have left. So we're going to back up an hour and go to solving this. All right, we're going to try cave on this. If you'll remember, an hour or 2 ago, we turned the horseshoes and we got the word cave. So we're going to try to do this now. All right, location unlock. We haven't done that one. All right, so we think the answer to this is C-A-V-E. If not, we'll have to back up and try to figure out what we were thinking. All right, that's just insanity that the only puzzle that gave us any trouble is a hint. Is a hint for the easy one. All right, kill me. After uncovering the clue about a cave, you, Mike, and Seven search the area closer to the cliff. Finding a crack in the cliff wall hidden by bushes, you enter, unsure of what you might find. You each pull out a flashlight and begin to explore. Almost immediately, you discover a skeleton slumped against one rock wall that looks like it's been there for at least 100 years or more. The skeleton is holding a photo and a note. A locked box sits beside the skeleton, covered in dust. You also notice that the cave opening just past the skeleton splits into 2 tunnels. You examine the skeleton and the items near him for a moment. It seems there's much to learn here. Then eventually it's decided that exploring the tunnels is of utmost importance. Seven goes down the left path while you and Mike take the right path. As you're looking around, Mike notices something on one of the cave walls. You walk over to him to take a look. You may now open envelope 2. All right, so we're done with envelope 1. That was a rough ending to envelope 1. Envelope 2. I mean, the skull numbers was easy for us, so that's another reason why it was so frustrating. But different groups could have find different puzzles easier or harder. If someone tells me there's a way to figure out that we should have been able, not just there's a way, but we should have known which of those 4 paths to try, I'd be less angry. But the idea that you have these 4 random paths really rubs me the wrong way. All right, let's see what we got. So these are the items in front of the skeleton, I guess. The cave splits in 2. Something on the cave walls. Okay, let's see. For the inner layer, X is north. For the outer layer, L is west. North, south, west, east. For the inner layer, X is north. For the outer layer, L is west. So it sounds like maybe this rotates. Like if we rotate this L over here, do we then get a word? What do you find? All right, let's just try this. So keep the outer layer with X. Inner layer, X is north. I'm going to keep the outer layer the same. So L is west for the outer layer. That's west now. And then I'm going to replace the inner. If we turn the X north, then we've got X is up here. All right, let's do it this way. It may not make sense what I'm doing now, but maybe it will. X, R, D, G, N, E, F, and S. Okay, so they're saying rotate the outer till the L is west, and then rotate the inner till the X is north. Okay. That doesn't help us too much as is, but maybe this, well, what do you find? Okay. Inner layer X is north, for the outer layer L is west. Okay, well, that feels to me like this is this, but whether this spells out something, I'm just not quite seeing yet. Let's just put this aside for now and see if we can carve the chicken at the other joints first. Is this what's on the wall? Oh, this is the locked thing. Open the lock with the correct 6-digit combination. Okay, so we need 6 digits to open this. This says, and I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. Revelation 6:8. Okay. little Bible verse there. Maybe this gives us enough information to open this lock. Not obvious to me yet. Okay, here's cave wall. Looks like a cave. Maybe this is our path we're supposed to go on. Where do you go in the cave? Give the directions right or left. So a series of right and left paths. Okay, let's keep reading for a while. What have we got here? This is the photo that's in the skull's hand, right? Let's go back again and see this. Skeleton's holding a photo and a note. Locked box sit beside the skeleton covered in dust. Okay, so this is the photo that's in the skeleton's hand. So it says on the left, Marigold. And is this our Marigold who killed his whole family? What is he sitting in front of? Kind of a weird item that he's in front of. This looks like a giant tooth. Looks almost mechanical. Is he holding oars for a boat? What's behind him? Is this a stone wall? I don't know. What does it say on the back here? Okay. So skulls facing left and right. Some have their jaws open. Some have their jaws closed. Even the ones that are both closed look different. In fact, all the skulls look a little different. That's interesting. Not sure what to make of that, but okay. This looks like a note, a bloody note here. Let's see what it says. Even now, it still doesn't feel real. I killed my entire family. People who know me will blame it on my mind going bad like it has once or twice before. In the past, they've always put me in the hospital when I start hearing the voices or seeing things. But there isn't anything wrong with me, not really. I know the authorities have been searching for me. That's why I've brought everything I own of value with me in this lockbox and hidden away in these caves. I know them like the back of my hand. They won't catch me here, but judgment on earth isn't what scares me. It's what's to come that's terrifying. If I hadn't fallen on my own blade and mortally injured myself while stumbling around here in the dark, I would be able to make my escape. But because of my injury, however, I will die down here. Turns out I killed my whole family for nothing. At the moment, I'm just sitting here trying to slow the flow of my own blood long enough to write this letter. If anyone stumbles upon my bones, they can access something I left in the lockbox. There's a little money in there, but that isn't the most valuable thing. Get that box open and you'll learn why I did what I did. Although it might not seem like it, order still matters to me. Unlocking my secret will be a revelation. Order still matters to me. And we've got J. Marigold in 6 numbers. This feels like it's talking about the order of what the items were mentioned here. So is it just that we have to find the order that these were mentioned? Let's see. So of these things here, I looked and behold a pale horse. So it feels like the 6 came first. Pale was mentioned first. Then came horse. And his name that sat upon him was Death. And Hell followed with him. Okay, so it seems like maybe the 5 is next. And power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth to kill with sword. So the sword comes next. And with hunger. And the hunger comes next. That's a 4. And with death and with the beasts. So beasts come last of the earth. So I think this is the combination. Any disagreement? He just says orders matter to me, and this is the order, and those are the digits. So I think what we got is 635142. Shall we try it? Let's try it. And if it's wrong, you guys, we can talk about it. Okay, 6 digits. 635142. 635142. And let's try it. That was it. All right, let's save it unprotected. All right, what have we got here? I wrote down my secret and have hidden it in this cave. If you're reading this, you have either stumbled onto my secret or you've come in search of it. Either way, you'll want to know why I killed my entire family. I had to write this down instead of saying it out loud because I didn't want to go back to the infirmary again. I can't go back there. And that's surely where they would send me if they heard me say that my horse, Ghost, is the one who promised me immortality if I would just kill my entire family. He said I needed to murder 5. If I were to do that, he would make sure I lived forever. He also promised to offer that same deal to anyone in my family lineage. I know horses don't speak, and maybe I should be put in one of the beds at the hospital, but what if the horse is telling the truth? I took the chance. Blood is the key to life. Okay, so now, look at this key part. He offered the same deal to anyone in my family lineage. So there's 5 of us on this trip. Sorry, there's 6 of us on this trip. And one of us is going to be part of the family of Marigold, right? And we suspect this guy, Severin, is going to be part of his lineage, and he thinks he can kill 5 of us. Is it him? Or is it him? Brandon's already dead. So I think what we got here is the schizophrenia ran in the family, and he's trying to kill 5 of us to get his immortality. All right. So we're just going to pick up this money here and keep searching for the more answers. All right, so it seems like we've used this and solved it, right? So we need to figure out where to go in the cave. Okay, there's still one more thing we haven't seen yet. Granola Fresh, feeling cute, dark chocolate granola bar. Northeast inner, south outer, northwest inner, northwest outer, southwest inner, northeast outer, east inner. Okay, well that's easy enough. That goes with this. All right, so I believe I've lined this up right. L is to the west, X inner is to the north. I think we're supposed to have rotated that. So I think now we just read off this phrase, if I'm right about that orientation. Let's see it. Northeast inner is a D. South outer is an A. Northwest inner is an R. Northwest outer is a K. So far that spells dark. So clearly we are on the right path. Southwest inner is an N. Northeast outer is an E. East outer. East inner is an S. And an east outer is an S. Just says darkness. What do you find? I guess we find darkness? All right, let's scan this and see if darkness is the right answer to this. Arkness. Okay. Darkness? Mike says, we're in a freaking cave. Everything is dark here. Any idea what that means? Maybe it means to find the darkest spot, you offer as Mike walks to the edge of the ledge and peers into the darkness beyond. Without warning, Mike disappears as the ledge he's standing on shifts, collapsing beneath his feet. 1 minute he's there, the next he's gone, consumed by the black maw of the chasm beneath him. You scream Mike's name, Mike, and shine your flashlight into the darkness, but only receive the echo of your own voice in reply. After several more minutes of calling out with no answer, you stop yelling. You have to accept that Mike is dead. The beam of your flashlight doesn't even find the bottom of the chasm below you, meaning the chances of him surviving aren't good. You turn your light off in the hopes of seeing a glimpse of Mike's light. As you sit back, your eyes slowly grow accustomed to the darkness. That is when you see it. A faint glowing message written on the cave floor. It reads, "The path you take is clear. Listen to death. He will tell you what turns to take." All right, well that, having solved that, certainly seems like our last puzzle is right here. So it seems like we're not going to get a word out of this. We're just going to get a set of R's and L's. I mean, at first glance, you might say like facing left, facing left, facing left, facing right. Facing left, facing right, facing right, facing left, facing left. But what's happening with these jaw drops? Are those important to us? Are one of these supposed to mean... Boy, that's a very unusually ambiguous puzzle for Deadbolt Mystery Society, isn't it? It's most often that the solution spells out a word so you know when you've got it. Here, it almost feels like a natural thing to try would be L, 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 R, L, and so on. But there's no way to know when you've got the right answer. What would these be telling us? Listen to death. Just feels very ambiguous to me. Do we think the answer is just going to be R's and L's? Has to be, right? Because there's just that. It's never going to be go forward. It's always just going to be do you turn left or right? I was thinking, does it... Is it only these we should be looking at? Like left, right, right, left, left, right? sounds like Stacy is thinking the same thing I am, but with a better justification. Stacy says, it said listen to death, and the only skulls with open mouths are talking to us. Okay, I like that logic. I had sort of intuited that maybe we only look at the mouths open ones, but Stacy gives us a reason. Listen to death. It also makes for a more satisfying answer. Okay, so in other words, we think the answer here is left, right, right, left, left, right. Left, right, right, left, left, right. I think that's it. All right. I guess this is going to be the ending. Anna says, I vote for swimming away. Gives us a better chance of survival than staying here and solving the puzzle with the lunatic's grandkid. Yes. But don't we need to see what's at the end? Here we go. All right. So we said the answer is left, right, right, left, left, right. With the way forward clear, you decide to continue on. Leaving now really isn't an option, and you plan to see this to the end. Turning the corner, your light reveals a ghastly sight. Kelly is dead. From the scene before you, it looks like she put up a fight. And if the bloody knife in her hand is any indication, it looks like she got some strikes on her killer. The sight of Kelly, with her head smashed in by a rock, brings you to your senses. You realize that following the path the killer left is a good way to end up like the rest. You backtrack through the cave. It's just like Anna said. We've decided to escape. But look how fascinating this is. This is it. There's no more left to read. We got to the end. We see her dead body. And we've gone backwards out of the cave. But now what do we do? Have we not solved all of our puzzles? Let's take a look at the solution. This is very strange to me. So the solution says, not counting yourself, list the first names of the other remaining survivors plus the key to life. So something has happened here. What has happened? There's nothing more in the envelope. This is a very bizarre thing. This is the first time this has happened to me playing this game, Deadbolt. This is the first time in our Deadbolt that we've reached an end that's confusing. So let's see what we've overlooked here. We found darkness using this set of clues. We used these clues to open his chest. Let me save this without protection in case we need to go back. All right. We did all of these. We did these, which let us solve this, which let us solve this. Darkness in the cave, skull eye. That's the odd even. We climbed up the cave. All right, well, let's go and watch out for these dangers. We did this. What about this thing? All right. So let's think now. Let's get our list of people. 6 people. Okay. So first, Brandon dies, right? Brandon died first. Then, who got their snake bite? We just found Kelly's body, so she's dead. Okay, 7 went on to his own path. He's who we think the killer is, right? But then Mike fell off the cliff. We think he's dead from the cliff, although we don't see his body, right? And then Andy for sure died of the poison ivy poisoning. And Amanda was the snake death. And Mike is the guy that fell off the cliff, presumably. With 7 being the guy who went down the path. Okay. And then we encounter this. Let's read it again. We see Kelly dead. She stabbed the killer a bit, got blood on it. And we realized that following this path is a good way to end up like the rest. So we backtrack. All right. And now we're done. So our final solution seems like we're supposed to do this now. So let's take a look at it once more. Not counting yourself, list the first name or names of the other remaining survivors, plus the key to life. Is blood? Blood was the key to life, right? That was what his message said. And is it just 7? So 7 is the only other survivor, assuming Mike died. And then is the key to life because of this message that we found? Blood is the key to life, right? Okay, so blood is the key to life in his crazy thing. So the answer to that is blood. That's good. Okay, we know that. So then, is it right that the other remaining survivor is 7? We're going to assume Mike really did die, right? It's either, there's only the 2 options. Either 7 is the survivor, which we think. Mike was the one that fell, yeah. You scream Mike's name, shine your flashlight into the darkness. So the only 2 options are that, I mean, Mike we don't find. So, but I'm assuming that Mike is dead. So our answer is 7 and blood, unless Mike didn't really die. But surely he died. So I think our answer is 7 plus the key to life, which is blood. It almost looks like 7. We should add the number 7, but then how do you add blood to 7? So I guess it just means concatenate these 2. I guess we're going to try it and see what happens. A little ambiguous to me. All right, solution unlock. Any disagreement with that? answer. I mean, it's easy enough to try it and find out. But any other thoughts? The first name of the other remaining survivors, not counting ourselves. So I believe that's just 7. And then the key to life. So I think our answer is Cevin and then Blood. Let's see if this works, or if it doesn't, you guys can tell me what you think. All right, well, that was it. As you are about to leave the cave, 7 steps out and blocks your way with an axe in his hand. I somehow knew it would come to this, 7 says. I told the others we shouldn't have let you come on this trip. Why did you do this, you ask? 7 looks confused and then angry. Stop playing games. This ends now, he says as he walks towards you, raising the axe high. Stepping backward, you stumble and fall, raising your arms in a futile attempt to stop the axe. You flinch at the unexpected blow, but before it can land, there's a sharp twang, followed by a thud. Lowering your arms, you can see 7 on the ground with an arrow sticking out of his eye. Turning around, you see Mike lower a crossbow. He looks like he has seen better days. Mike, you're alive. The rumors of my death were greatly exaggerated, I assure you, Mike says with a cheeky smile. Thankfully, the fall was more of a slide. And I still got my bell rang pretty good. Turns out our resident psycho had a few weapons stashed down there, which worked in our favor, lucky us. Mike offers you a hand up, and you reach out to accept it when something catches your eye. The sleeve of Mike's jacket rises up enough that you can see his arm is wrapped in a bandage. Some blood has seeped through the bandage a bit. A fall wouldn't cause that kind of wound, but a knife could. You think about the bloody knife Kelly was holding in the other tunnel. A chill runs down your spine as you turn back to Mike. You may now open the solution. All right, so let's reread this part about where 7 comes out, because it's clear now 7 is not the killer. Why did you do this? And then 7 looks confused and then angry. Stop playing games. This ends now. So he thinks we're the killer. So it turns out it was Mike. Alrighty. So we were obviously meant to think it was 7. And we did absolutely consider the idea that Mike didn't die. We absolutely considered that idea. But there was no way for us to know. All right, here we go. Opening the solution. All right, let's read it. You have successfully completed Palehorse Lake. Mike notices you looking at the bandage on his arm and frowns. You fell to the bottom of that chasm, you say in confusion. I saw you. When did you have time to treat your wounds? Or maybe those wounds weren't sustained in the fall. Maybe you got them when Kelly tried to defend herself against the person who killed her. 7 doesn't have any wounds. You know, I was going to let you live, Mike says. You would have made for a great cover. Could have painted 7 as the killer, and you would have backed me up. I only needed 5 kills, and I got those. But now, well, none of this makes sense, you yell, slowly edging back to get further away from the killer before you. I got a brain tumor. I was diagnosed a couple weeks ago. Doctors say it's inoperable. I actually came to this exact spot right after I got the news. I planned to eat a bullet and spare myself the horror of wasting away and slowly dying. I'd always heard the stories from my family about Palehorse Lake and thought it sounded like as good a place to die as any. I was supposed to have relatives from around here, though I didn't know much about them, and it seemed like a fitting place to meet my maker. Yet, when I got out here, I was mesmerized by the scenery and thought I would explore for a day or two. It was a way to treat myself to one last hurrah before I died on my own terms. Imagine my surprise when I stumbled onto this cave and found the remains of Jacob Marigold himself. He was convinced that he had the secret to immortality. All it took was killing 5 people. Granted, he thought his horse told him to do it, which is bonkers. But, who knows? If he hadn't fallen on his own knife in this very cave, we might have discovered he was telling the truth about living forever. But the part that got my attention was the notion that anyone from the Marigold lineage could earn immortality the same way. The family name on my dad's side is Pratt, obviously, but my mom's maiden name was Marigold. Soon as I read what old Jacob had to say, I started hatching a plan to do something that the doctors said was impossible. And voila, the camping trip was born. It was a perfect cover under which to commit serial murder. I planned everything that happened, all the way from the canoes showing up and then disappearing, to the rattlesnakes, to the collapse in the cave that caused me to disappear. That was all me. I studied Mike and realized that he had officially lost it. "Do you know how crazy this sounds?" I asked him. "You've murdered people based on a legend. There's no way that story is real. Jacob Marigold was a very disturbed individual. Maybe he had a brain tumor too, and those sorts of things run in the family. People with brain tumors have been known to hallucinate." Mike laughed. "Oh, of course I know it's all nuts. There's only a small part of me that believes this might make me live forever. If it doesn't work, I'm going to die anyway. So why not give it a shot?" "You don't have to do this," I told him. "The tumor is affecting how you think. Remember, in Jacob Marigold's letter, he talked about going back to the hospital. He had mental issues. So do you. Let's get you some professional help. You aren't yourself." Maybe," Mike said, "but I'm going to go through with this even if it kills me. That's what I originally came here to do anyway." He pulls a large hunting knife from his back pocket and advances towards you. As you back up, you bump into Seven's body, and your hand brushes against the axe he was carrying. In a move fueled by fear and desperation, you swing the axe around. From your position on the ground, your only target within reach is Mike's leg, but it's enough. With a sickening crunch, the back of the axe head hits Mike's knee. The leg bends at an angle legs aren't meant to. Mike screams as he goes down and swings the knife wildly in your direction, slashing your stomach and drawing blood. Cut isn't deep, but it triggers your reflexes and you bring the axe down, blade side this time, into his skull. Mike is dead before he hits the ground, killed in exactly the same way as he killed Brandon. As you look at your one-time friend, you can't help feeling like you didn't really know him at all. Maybe he was mentally disturbed, or maybe the tumor affected his thinking. Either way, he was a cold-blooded killer just like Jacob Marigold and just as unbalanced. Did he really believe that murdering your entire group would allow him to survive the brain tumor and live forever? Of course, now you can't really prove that Jacob Marigold was wrong. Dead is dead, and Mike won't get the chance to see whether he made the right choice or not. But you know the truth. After a quick search of the cave, you find a cache of items Mike had obviously hidden here for his own purposes. Among those things is a satellite phone. You use it to call the authorities and leave the cave behind. Although you can't be sure of it, you think you hear the sound of hoofbeats echoing in the distance. You know there's nothing to the story. Still, it makes you think, what if? Case closed. Okay, let's take our 5-minute break. We'll come back and share our thoughts. I am curious what you guys thought of it. give some thought to favorite part, least favorite part, how you would rank this with the other Deadbolt games. I'll see you in 5 minutes for our final thoughts. Okay, we're back. 4 hours total time for our playthrough. It's 3 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. I'm a bit shocked, I must say, at the comments from the chat. Let's look at them. Stacy says, good game, thanks all. Anna says, wow, that's a dark ending, killing him. Stacy says, easier Deadbolt. I think the little cave puzzle was cute. You mean the left-right cave puzzle? I'm not sure what cave puzzle you're talking about, if you could clarify. This is the part that shocked me. Anna says, I liked it. It was an interesting story arc, beginning with the campsite and dinner. It was one of the easier games, I feel. Most of the puzzles were straightforward. We had a variety of them. Anna says, I'm happy I joined. Thanks, everyone, especially Stacy, who was the lead detective puzzle solver on this one. Okay, well, so I'm very shocked to hear that Anna liked this one. I have a bit of a mixed feelings, but let's say it this way for me. I would rank this at the very bottom of all the Deadbolts we've played. It feels like, let's see, now why would that be? There was that one puzzle that was a hint for another puzzle. That was just a weird thing. I'm not sure I remember that being in another game. Has there ever been another Deadbolt game where one substantial puzzle was just a hint for how to solve another one? That felt very odd to me. But it was doubly odd because clearly that hint about how to decide when to add or subtract wasn't necessary. So that's doubly odd. Like, why have a hint for another one, and then why? Obviously, some groups might not solve one or another, but in the spectrum of difficulties, that skull puzzle didn't jump out as one that needed another hint. And then, of course, I had my real complaints about that puzzle. And I don't want to belabor the point, but to me, the essence of a good puzzle is that, of a good mechanical design for a puzzle, is once the players figure out what they're supposed to do, then it should be easy for them to verify that they're correct. And one of the major problems with that puzzle, the hint puzzle, was that having figured out what to do, it was mechanically difficult to not lose your place. It was mechanically difficult to read the letters on that small thing. And then it appears to me that there are 4 different things you have to try until you get the one that makes sense. To me, that's... And then the instructions were confusing. That's just a total miss, that puzzle, on multiple reasons. And the fact that it was a hint for another one, bizarre. So I really disliked that. And then most of the other puzzles were very simple. The one part of enjoyment for me, puzzle-wise, was this one. This was quite cool, that it gives us these pieces. We've seen this before in Deadbolt, where you're given some pieces to punch out and then you solve this constraint satisfaction thing. It was kind of fun because it seemed in the beginning like it was so open-ended, and then when we reread the instructions, it was like, this has to be exactly 10. I wish they had done a better job of explaining the distance thing, because, you know, this is basically saying this is a 10 by 10 thing and this has to be 10 away. It's a little iffy. It could have been maybe explained a little better, but that was kind of fun. And then finding your path on here where I did something wrong, that was all good and fair and fun. One thing that was a little weird about this case from the beginning, though, is a very unusual framing. Like, here you are, you're someone going on a camping trip. It was a strange framing for this case, and it almost felt like these are different people writing this case. Like there were some just weird things that felt like tonally weird. Like this little dialogue, which doesn't do anything, right? This is just to set us up for what you should do. Go look for the backpack. So they divided up the work, and then we went and did the backpack, but then we had to do all of them anyway. So it was a little weird. The story felt a little small scale and not that compelling. Finding the treasure was exciting, but then we headed down the cave into darkness, and then the game's like, you decide you should just turn around and leave. A little weird pacing arc, strange. I didn't mind I liked the backstory of finding this ancient guy from the 1800s who killed his family. Like, I enjoyed that part. But then it was a little cartoonish at the end. I didn't hate the story, but it was weirdly framed. So, easy puzzles. One puzzle I really didn't like, that I thought was badly constructed. And then the sort of whole cartoonish nature of the setting of basically the first two puzzles are figure out what we're going to eat for dinner. That's weird. Like that's a slight miss, right? Like puzzle number 2 is what time is dinner and what are you eating? And you found that out by reading just the storyline dialogue in the 2 unlocks. And that's a miss, right? Like if you only have like 5 puzzles to give the players, those should be engaging mysteries, not what are you having for dinner and when. If you had an infinite number of questions and mysteries, then maybe you say, okay, who cares if one of the 10 questions is what do you have for dinner? But if you're saying, here's our budget, we have 8 mysterious dialogues and questions, you don't waste those on asking the players, what are you having for dinner and when? And how many tablets did you find? And the challenge there is just to remember, it said, I found 7 tablets. That's a missed opportunity. Why not have us make a deduction? Why not challenge us to make a psychological deduction of people? Okay, so definitely not my favorite. In fact, my least favorite of all the 12 or 13 Deadbolts we played. Not to say it wasn't still enjoyable. I still think these Deadbolt games are all fairly consistently on the better side of some of these puzzles. They don't fall down completely. Just my least favorite Deadbolt Mystery Society game with a very cool spatial puzzle. I always enjoy the spatial puzzle games. I really appreciate having this group with me. I have to do my normal apologies for getting frustrated and angry. It does, I mean, it's an accurate depiction of my life. I do get frustrated when things don't work out, and I feel like I'm flailing about. So you got to see that. I appreciate you guys sticking with that. That has to be frustrating where you're like, hours are going by, Jesse, I'd like to move on with the game, and you just see me thrashing about. But maybe we're getting better at it. Maybe this is leading to some improvement, or maybe you played this game yourself, you got angry, now you've watched our playthrough, and you're like, okay, it's not just me, someone else suffers too. I appreciate you joining me. This weekend, we should try playing something special. Maybe on Saturday. I'll try to schedule it far enough in advance so people can join. If you want to help decide what games we play, stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. You'll find a link on the About page of this YouTube channel. And the first post of that thread, of the Game Queue thread, was all the games I have as I acquire them. And you can help express what game you want to play next. So maybe this weekend on Saturday, either the Commandeered Corpse Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan case, or maybe one of this Norwegian or Swedish cold case game that has just arrived that is a total mystery for us. Help me decide on that game queue thread. I'll see you all in the next video, which will be Saturday. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow, although you never know. All right, I'll see you guys on the next video.